G'day everybody, and welcome back to Vulcan. As my tank slowly fills, at least according to this filtration unit, that keeps going active for a moment and then idle. Active, idle. Active, idle. Because my plants are doing their thing. I would like to, well, lift up all of these ones and move them so that they're the fourth of these modules. All nice and neatly placed. Or perhaps even just remove them entirely and open up this space. Maybe put just a little bit of plants against the wall or something like that. I've been trying to think about how to arrange this in an interesting way. I quite like the look of this as a fairly large farm, but I feel like I need a little bit of some space for the potatoes and other food crops that I'll eventually have. That'll feel a bit different to all of these ferns that are just meant to massively produce oxygen. That's a ridiculous amount of ferns. You've got to be making enough oxygen to set the planet on fire. I feel like as long as the CO2 can keep up, as in the CO2 coming in can keep up without making the base hot, then I don't have too many ferns. Especially after the suggestion last week to have a pointless, well, in terms of productivity, a pointless flame going off somewhere. A little exhaust that's just blowing little bits of flame off the top. Danny, I hate having greenhouses as separate rooms that are sealed off. I don't like it. It makes me sad. So no, I have not considered having the greenhouse a separate room, and I will not consider having the greenhouse a separate room. Land here, this is for water production ultimately, but that is down the line because I obviously am trying to get a furnace set up right now. That's the goal. Oh, and I can hear the Huey flying in for the local dawn service at the moment, as it is Anzac Day today. I can hear the thud, 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 thud. So, one thing I wanted to just quickly show you guys before I get too far is this is what my dog currently looks like. Because apparently she was not pleased with me turning the light on. So she took her blanket and stuck her head under it. Ah, dear. Charlie, you're a special creature. Alright, so last week I was thinking of putting the furnace into this area here, pushing that wall out a bit, so I guess I should work on doing that next, so that I've got the space, and then I can start thinking about how the furnace actually lays out. Oh, I totally understand why Charlie did it. It's just cute that she actually did it. I need stuff that is not up on that wall. Is it down here anywhere? Yes. Need that. Need that. Take those. Let's go outside. I'm hoping that by the end of this stream I'll have no pollutant in here. So I'm down to 0.009 moles. But it is still there, which is annoying. And when you're done with placing the planters, you will place an army of Larrys. I do like the Larrys. Though this time it might have to be used for actually harvesting edible crops rather than just harvesting ferns. And delivering them straight into an oven. Or, I think some of them need to be cooked first before they go in the oven. Trying to automate that, or automated kitchen might be fun. The iron silo will be in the exact state it was at the end of last week, which is mostly empty. But it'll fill up. It will fill. I just need to not build too much with iron. not smelt too much with iron for a little bit. So I think... I can do this. Oops. Nope, 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 yes. I think that could be the space for it, and obviously going up to the second floor as well. Don't know about the windows on the furnace room. We'll see how that feels once I've actually got the rest of this in. So I need another 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 walls. Oh yeah, I could make the other row of centrifuges as well, yeah. That's a fair point. Do I let myself be distracted by that when I'm actually kinda close to getting a furnace room started, though? How much focus can I have? Thanks, Twipt. Thank you so much for the tier 2 for 14 months. Thank you very much. And thank you, Chiquito and Dear, and hello, Jonesy, for the Prime subs. I was thinking of putting an airlock on the end of the hallway of that room, but that's like a distant thing. The reason that's a distant thing is, well, I don't need it. It's a nice to have, but also, I'm not sure how well it's going to interact with the idea of me having a suit storage at my exit. So I don't feel like that's as important right now. Now, where's my potato? Would it be fun to have a furnace room but no iron? Yeah, it'd be fine. Look, just to satisfy everyone's curiosity, I'm gonna go and check... Why did I walk that way? I'm going to go and check how much iron is in there and how close any of the centrifuges are to being emptied. So there's some iron here, and there's already 7 in the thing. This will be fine. Because that one's about half. Which means these two are probably about half, which means these have just emptied. Not that long ago. Yeah, it'll be fine. I've put a lot of steel into the printers already, so it's not like they're without resources right now. So it should be alright. Oh, the mines can definitely not output, Daz. They are way out producing the centrifuges. Way out producing them. But that doesn't matter. As long as the outcome ore is are enough for my purposes, it doesn't matter. Plastic. I need plastic. Where is plastic? No plastic. Need to print some plastic. Yeah, like I've got almost 300 grams of iron in here. I've got 700 grams of steel. I've got 114 grams of iron and 112 of steel. And over here I've got 285 iron and not much steel, but the Atmos printed. Unless I need to print some pipes, which I will. So I will need some more steel for that, but I've got enough iron in there to make a decent sized batch of steel, so that's okay. I don't need to worry. So thankfully, unlike what you're saying, Danny, I'm not quite in a chicken or egg position. I don't need to worry about having iron because I do have enough iron to make the furnace room. I don't need to worry about, do I have enough to make it, or do I need to make the thing so I can make enough, and circular logic horribleness. How much have I got in there? That is enough. Alright. It is toasty out there. So once I get this enclosed, then I was thinking of making the fuel tanks outdoors. Which is obviously a bit strange given how hot it gets outside, but also I feel like a little bit safer. I know if they explode, they'll take out massive chunks of wall anyway, but maybe I could set the fuel tanks off to the side somewhere. Like maybe I could put them over there or something. No, I'm not going to use smart canisters to store the fuel in. Thank you very much. It's such a pity I never got around to pressurizing that room, because then the explosion never would have happened. The risk would have been there, but the explosion wouldn't have. Because I would have had the room cool enough that it wouldn't explode. No, I'm not going to use dumb canisters to store the fuel either. The fuel is going to be stored in perfectly insulated tanks. Thank you very much. Now, I probably want to just use a vent here. Oh, Jax, you're right. I forgot to announce the stream. Hold up. I forgot to send the Discord notification. Whoopsie! I was too focused on taking a photo of Charlie with her head tucked under the the blanket. I completely forgot. Distracted by the cute dog, which I think is fair. There we go. Announcement done. Ada, I do want to put more skylights in. I just don't know where makes sense in this room yet. So I just put the walls in just to make it quicker to get the roof finished. And then I'll put more skylights in once I actually figure out how this room's going to work. Because I don't know which... Like, I haven't got an idea of which blocks things are going to sit on. And also how I'm going to make the... either very low or... Actually, I think I might try the very low pressure room for the furnace. Has Toby started using the house horse for cavalry charges yet? Oh, much to Charlie's chagrin, he has tried. Thanks, Louis. Yes, distracted by the truly important doggo. Aw. You're such a good dog, Charlie. You put up with so much from Toby. Without the slightest of complaint. As much as we tried to stop him from doing this, Toby has very much taken to the idea of sitting on Charlie and holding onto her ears and saying, giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Which we are currently trying to train him out of. Which is more difficult than you'd expect. I think probably because we both sounded so hilarious the first time that now we're having to convince him that no, it's not actually funny, even though we both know it really is, but it's not good, but it's like the first time your kid swears. It's like, or says something like funny but wrong, and you're like, oh, you need to not say that at daycare. Alright, that could go up on the wall. Yes, in hindsight, giving him the high five when he did it was not the smartest move. That sort of thing. I don't know, Mike. I feel like you do train a toddler. I don't know that you can teach much to a toddler. I don't think they're ready for that style of thing. I'm looking for a vent. That's what I'm looking for. Just grab the active vent. Oh, that's right. My powered vent's on the wall. That's where it is. So we got passive vents up here. Doesn't look like it. Huh. That is a passive vent though. And these can go there. Those I'll hold on to. That I don't need. That I don't need. Need to print some more pipes. Don't remember if I have pipes in this wall. And drill. Okay. How much we got? 10? Yeah, that's enough. I'll leave the rest of them printing because I'm going to need all of that steel turned into pipes anyway. I am less stinky, which is nice. Open that up. Let's go. Thanks, KB. Thank you for the Prime sub. I hope there's no explosions today. I hope. It's always possible, but I hope there aren't. Oh, I needed more cable. I've only got 4. That's not going to be enough. My O2's not low, it's 4 megapascals. My O2's fine. It is absolutely fine. Is Capac trained, taught, or just herded vaguely in the right direction? Herding Capac is like herding sheep. I'm sure that a border collie could do it better than I can. That's what it's like. There we go. And then I just need... Could just go straight off the mains. Which one's the power side? Ah, this one. There you go. I'll just go through and connect that. And then I can probably stand in that room until it's vacuum. I don't want to place the glass yet. I need to actually hook this up. There's no point standing in there with it being an enclosed space until I've actually got the thing set up. Yeah, Capak's met Charlie a few times. Capak is not a big fan of animals. to put it lightly. But he is well accustomed to me and me having big dogs. As Capak and I were friends back in high school when my family had Saint Bernards that were overly friendly too. Alright, so then we go set in, close the window, turn on. And this should be vacuum in no time. Literally no time. Wow, that was quick. Vox, the second Saint Bernard we had, he was very much convinced he was a lapdog too. I have several photos of him literally lying across several laps on a couch. He was that convinced.
Power low.
Oh, wrench. Oops. It makes sense to me that big dogs think that they're still puppies even more than little dogs. Because you'd need to breed those tendencies into big dogs to make them manageable. So it's more important for those breeds than for smaller breeds. Alright, cool. That should make this safe for me to open. Yep. Double, triple checking. Wonder if Charlie thinks every smaller dog is a puppy. No. No, she doesn't seem to. She is a lot more tolerant of actual puppies than she is of small dogs that are being horrible. Especially if Toby's around. I think she thinks Toby is a puppy. There we go. Now I got room. So, what do I do? Now, how do I do things? This was the easy part. Next part is deciding how to lay out a furnace in this space and whether it even makes sense or whether I've just created more volume for this room without actually achieving anything constructive. Which is possible. So I'm trying to think about flow through the base as well, like in terms of this corridor. So I'm thinking this corridor will go down here. We'll have a door through here into the battery room, and then maybe the corridor continues beside it, coming down to here, which then has to pass through the furnace room, which feels weird. I've got terrible flow here. It's not right. It is not right. I guess the furnace room doesn't really need to be fully isolated. It can be part of the sort of thing. Now, let's go get a furnace kit. I'll start putting it in. I know I'd previously talked about sinking the furnace kit into the floor. I still could do that, I suppose. I just need to go out there and put down more frames so that I can dig out a couple of these and put in a set of stairs and then have it down there. And actually, yeah, that could work really well here, actually. Yeah, let's do it. Steel frames. Let's go get them. When am I planning to restart AA? After Wrong Way Out. It is the same answer it has been since the episode 100 end of season episode. And Wrong Way Out's finale is in a week and a half. So sometime after that finale. Yep, I've checked my O2 and CO2 levels. They are delightfully exactly where they should be. Like, why is my airlock closed from this side? And then I remembered I just vacuumed out a space. It was very confusing for a moment. No, one more Wrong Way Out stream, because this week there will be no Wrong Way Out stream. Because Wasted is away, and it would be a very jerk move to do the finale while he's away. Got anything planned for that time? No! No, we don't! I still haven't figured that out. I may well just, like, if Catback and I can't think of anything, I may as well just see if he wants to play a little bit more, Lost Skies, since we played a little bit of that last week. But no, don't have any definite plans yet. And it's hard because I don't want to start something long either. A next Wrong Way series is something that I've not really got on my mind right now. I do have another Space Engineers series on my mind, though. Which I'm trying to decide whether I want to do it as a stream or an edited series, and I'm leaning towards edited. Yeah. Should probably switch the belt on so that I can actually pick this stuff up. Danny, I would not want to do a behind-the-scenes thing before the finale. I feel like that is way too much how the sausage gets made. Before you've actually done the things. But, Wasted and I talked about, and we'll probably do after the finale. Oh, that's... that should be okay. After the finale, doing a sort of a post-stream chat with all the guys who play the NPCs and getting them to show off the things they built that may or may not have gotten seen, that sort of thing, and just having a general chat about some of the fun and some of the silliness that they experience from their side of things. As a thing after the finale, which I think makes more sense. It's been suggested so many times, Yamino, but frankly, walkers are frustrating, and you really can't have any sort of live stream with a walker. Like, the walkers you've seen that the NPCs have used, those are very carefully designed things built in creative mode. And they're still hard to work. They're incredibly cool, but they're still hard. Alright, I gotta go in. Do. The hermit crab was pretty funny. That was very cool build. Okay. Okay, go. Waste tank's open, is it? Dang it, it is. Right, back inside. Back outside. Change my battery. Some of you might notice that after the last stream, I did put the lighting in above the ferns in here. I used little round lights, and I think they really work for in there. Also, cabling-wise, they work. So I'm probably going to replace these long lights and those grow lights and put them in like the other ones are. But they're all connected up and should be functional. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to read that. Thanks, Son of Sevenless. Thank you for the prime sub. Brain, catch up 2 words, please. Also, Wasted had put forward that idea after Wrong Way Up. That idea's been floating around for a while. Oh, poop. Didn't check this battery. Thanks, Ariel. Thank you for 34 months. I don't want to hire a gardener. I like gardening. Like, actually, in real life, I like gardening. Don't pay someone. I mean, it might be nice to pay someone to do the lawns so you don't have to remember to do them. Have I played Dark and Darker? No. Those sorts of games don't really hold much appeal to me. If I'm remembering what game that is correctly, I've PvP. Focused, at least. Yeah, fantasy extraction shooter, exactly. PvP. I don't despise the existence of lawns. They are practical for some things, like having children and dogs. Gives Toby somewhere to play. And Charlie somewhere to play. But I understand. Ow!
Temperature critical. Oxygen low.
Oh, this is bad. This is bad. This is bad.
Oxygen critical.
Patch it faster, would you?
Suit damage. Temperature high.
Oh. Alright, I gotta get inside. No, not into the lava!
Cognition low.
Yeah, I know. I know cognition's low. Come on, 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 come on. Pressure up.
Cognition critical.
Nah, I'm dead. Ugh. Did that happen because the game spawned a cube inside your suit? Yes. Yes, it does. Which means, arguably, that shouldn't happen. And that could be a reload. Because that's 100% the block intersected with my skull. So I think that counts as game shenanigans. Because there's no way I am putting an entire frame inside my own head. Let's just do a poll, because I'm pretty sure everyone agrees with me anyway. But we'll do a poll. No additional votes. Did game be dumb? Oh, wait. Who be... It's probably not going to let me write dumb. Silly. Game splitsy. Let's see. Does anyone think this is my fault?
Health low.
It's already at 40 almost. Yep, there we go, 40. 50, 60. No, Smeghead, I had enough clearance. I thought I was standing back far enough to place it. I could have stood further back, but it just didn't. I just didn't. Thanks, BJ. Yep, blame the game. Yeah. 95%, with several people claiming that their votes for me were just for being silly, so...
Toxin critical.
Leave session.
Oxygen critical.
Exit. No, Danny, the worst part is not that I have a pill in my suit. It's... I mean, I guess I could have... It's that the pill wouldn't have... I don't think the pill would have helped. Because I would have had to take the pill with my suit open, which would have prolonged the time that my suit was open, and I still probably would have ended up with the lung damage that caused me to die. So the pill didn't... I don't think the pill would have helped. I don't know which of these it'll be. My guess... We'll try this one. So that's 3 minutes ago. Nope, I'm dead. Alright. Let's try this one. This would be... when I came back inside for something. Seems fine. Let's check my welder out. It might have been the one to close that. Swap that out. And let's go again. Pretty sure the upgraded tape repairs faster. Yeah. I possibly could have survived that if I'd realized how slow the tape was going to be. I didn't appreciate it would ever be that slow. That was so much slower than I've ever experienced it being. And so it didn't even occur to me that I needed to be rushing to my airlock, not rushing to tape my suit up. So that's a potential lesson for here, is that rush to the airlock, don't rush to fix the suit, because it might be quicker to get to the airlock and flush myself that way. Well, the furnace room is for the hard suit. That's what I'm aiming to get this furnace for, Tikari. I want the furnace so I can make a hard suit. I can't make a hard suit yet. Tip, fill in the lava hole. Well, I plan to once I'm above it. Well, usually the suit and helmet are damaged when I've damaged them, because I've normally done impact damage. But I think the suit just took so much damage. Like, it was an awful lot of damage. I think that was also the problem. Okay, so... I still need one more row. And I still need to fill in the ones that I'm currently underneath. No. Oh, this room's a bit weird. Let's have a look in the window and see if I can judge this better. I was lining everything up based on what was in the silo and the centrifuge room, but because of the way the drill room is, I don't want to go too far this way. I don't even really want to fill up this row. This is too much. May have to change out the way that I'm doing this room. I think the frame just wanted a hug. Yeah. Kind of like a bear wants a hug. can't really fill up that row. I need to remove that one. Which means I don't really have enough room to actually sink this into the floor. I don't think I have enough blocks to do what I was thinking. Which is annoying. Let's dig this out as well. Just to make it safer. At least not in this spot. Oh, I don't want to... I was only intending for it to go one block deeper. Not any more than that. So the idea I had was just literally cutting a stair-shaped hole and then a single cube into the floor, and that was going to be it. Which I suppose could go on that row there. If I get rid of that row and I fill in this side here. So I'll do that. So I think this row can stay. It's behind the machines. Yeah, I don't know what they could do around the stuck-in frame type damage. Whether there is anything unique about it compared to, say, a collision. All I know is I'm glad that wasn't, even though some people I'm sure think that is kind of my fault, I'm glad it wasn't entirely my fault. Or entirely unreasonable to blame it on the game. Move some of the Stirling engines and make the room bigger. I mean, I could move the Stirling engines back a whole block. Like, move them this way, which then would allow me to take up this row, which would then allow me to do things a bit differently, which might make some sense. It's a lot of effort to move them, though. Yeah. So Orange, that's exactly what I think. The game should probably do a check for the player being in the space of something. But I guess that's more checks that they probably just don't want to have to do. Potentially for performance reasons, I'm not sure. We'll see how this looks without expanding it beyond where it is right now. Marcus, you missed the game killing me by me putting my head inside a frame as it was being built. I Phineas Gaged myself. Railway spike through my head. Except I died. He didn't. His personality just got weird. All right. And that's going to be a reference that anyone who has done first year psychology is going to immediately get and be like, oh yeah, that guy. Thanks, Batman. Thank you for 25 months. Okay, so what I'm thinking is knocking out these two. Of course, that means... Oh, actually, I've got an idea. Yeah, I need lights. I should put lights in first before I start building in here. Then I don't need my suit. I will go get some lights. Hey, I can't see them either. It's not like you guys can... It's not like I can see what you guys can't. I can't see them at all either. Yeah! Why? Where did that come from? No, the waste tank shouldn't have had any in it, because the airlock would have cycled it.
Hydration critical.
Why? No, deconstructing the fan shouldn't have allowed any gases in. Because I deconstructed it back out to outside. Oh man, now I've got more pollution to clear out. That's going to take forever. Gonna need a higher volume filtration setup. But that's not for now. For now, I was making lights when that exploded. Yeah, just check the room size, it's fine. Like, I'm ages... I think I'm quite a long way from the room size being too large. Problem. This stream does seem to want to kill me, yes. That is accurate. Well, that roof is going to have to be fixed at some point. Oh, man. But for now, I'll just do this. And that'll probably do. Now I just need some cable. No, Semper is here. I, after reloading, only closed the volatile waste tank. The volatile waste tank went through the airlock, which meant that it got completely vented as the airlock vented it. So that wouldn't have been enough. Also, I don't think a waste tank was enough gas to cause the whole base to have enough volatiles to actually combust. The waste tank is too small. So there had to be some other thing. And I'm thinking that Shadow Drake might be right, that and I think someone else suggested as well, that a full frame pushed a full cube of gas into my base through some sort of weird bug. So something odd happened there, regardless. Yep, my whole base got lit on fire. That's why it's 24 degrees instead of the typical 21. Yes, Horman. Yes, it does. Having a big interconnected base means that a problem propagates throughout the whole base. Yes. I don't see that as a downside of having an interconnected base. does my character still have his facial hair after that? Fair question. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Just trying to see if there's like a constant production of stuff coming in or not. I don't think there is. Other thing I need is transformer. Actually, I might just knock these off some other lights. I might just take... Where are these being powered off? Where is that going? That's going to these lights. Production room lights. Yeah, I probably should make a separate transformer for these. Best not to combine too many things that I don't know where they actually combined. I just use interior doors to separate the rooms. That's fine. They separate computationally, but the atmospheres still transfer between them. I just thought you were being a bit peculiar about it. Can use tinterior doors. Yeah. I'll do. No, it won't. That doesn't work. That works. So that might not... That also won't work. No. Can't put this here at all. Never mind. This needs to go over here. Oops. Yeah, the lights are on their own grid, but the more lights I put on one grid, the more problems I'm likely to face. Plus, if I keep the lights on as many transformer-based switches as I can, if I ever get to a point where I need to be upping my power buffer, I can just turn off some lights in the interim without fully darkening my whole base. Which I think is a good thing. Oh. Guess that can't go there. Let's go this way then. Nope. I have a cable in there, so I can't even run it along that. Arrgh. Oh no! I used the entire thing. I have to... I think I have to put it on this wall. Because that whole edge is used by the solar panels. Oh, I have another dumb idea. No matter what I do, this is going to require a lot of cabling for this set of lights. No, no! I can't even put it there. That corner's... Ah. Curse you, solar panel roof! How rude. Alright. This might work. Maybe. So many potential solutions stymied by the fact that solar panels need a heck of a lot of cabling. Oops. Still? That. Okay, let's get rid of some of that. Okay, cool. Turn that on. And we have light. Okay. So what I'm thinking is removing this cube, this cube, this cube, this cube, and this cube. Which doesn't work. Because I don't have a wall there, so I can't remove that one. Nerds. Okay. Let's have a think about this. So, what I want for the furnace itself is to have it in a pressurized environment. The idea is to create a very low pressure environment. One that even at
Hunger, caution.
a very low pressure environment that's not pure vacuum, because I think that makes them slightly more efficient. So I need to have a separate room for that. But what I want is a window with the controls sticking through for the furnace. And I was thinking of having that window down below this level so that I could stand up here and look over the railing and see into the furnace a bit more. And to do that, I probably need to create a room on the far side of this wall and maybe turn these three into windows as well. Put windows down the bottom. Or maybe just two? This room is really just the wrong size. Just do 2s, but 2s will feel a bit weird. In short, this is not working. None of this is working the way that I hoped it would. And so I may just have to build on this level. I just really like the idea of walking down the stairs just to add more height variation so that my base isn't just one sprawling flat layer. That gets a bit boring. I think I'll go with removing these 3 and that one. I'm going to pollute the base a bit more, and I'm going to paint these so that I can make sure I don't see them on the outside. So the ones I need to remove are these 2 for the stairs, and these 2 for the bottom. So as long as I can't see those from outside, we should be okay. And then I can create the room space for the furnace after I've put this in. I've got scrubbers working to clear the pollutant. I've got a scrubber. It's just very inefficient. And it's a very large base, so the amount of gas it works through is slow. So next is going outside. Where's my suit? Eat and drink before I go out there. What about furnace up? I don't want to go up because I've got my guy. I mean, I could go up. It just wasn't what I was imagining. And what I'd built for. Alright, let's go. Does the suit dock take any difficult alloys? No idea. It's not a priority to get a suit dock. Not a priority at all for me. Largely because I know that setting that up based on all the inputs and stuff that it needs is going to be a fairly large undertaking with all the piping and stuff. So it's not a, oh, I'll just do this while I'm waiting to think about my solutions for something else. It's going to be it'll be a big deal. I do want to set one up though, because I'd like to know exactly what's involved, having done it myself, so that in any future playthroughs, hopefully it's something I can put together a bit more quickly, but because I've never done it, I think it will take me quite some time. Right. Oh. Apparently I don't have any steel sheets on me. I don't really need to chase the suit around anymore. It's not like it used to be. I've got lights everywhere. There was a time where, yeah, I really did have to chase the suit around all the time. But it's not... It's just remembering where did I put it down now. As in what vague room, not exactly what pixel. Because I don't need to search for it specifically. Stairs. That's what I need. Stair. You right there, test unit? Yes, have had some disasters today. Have. Do. Voice to text turned on. Okay, yep, that explains it. I don't need to seal this area while I work on it. It's sealed. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. So those go there. Then I'll go... a couple of those in. And I can start building the furnace outside. I can remove those 2 frames. Perfect. Then I have a nice... I can look over the furnace setup there, and I can do it from here too, and it's just something a bit different and a bit interesting, and I get to put railings in again. Did the rocks I just mined out put any pollutant in the base? They shouldn't have. It doesn't look like they did. They shouldn't have done anything. What was I doing? What was I going to do? I need to... What do I need to do? How is my base pressure looking? So my base pressure is fine. The O2 isn't being taken out too fast. The CO2 is being replaced. My pressure is holding. It should sit at just above 80 kPa. So it'll be 80 plus whatever nitrogen and, unfortunately, pollutant I have. You can embed the furnace in a frame, but it is not efficient to do so. Oh, electric printer. Wow. I was really wrong. Oh, I need some silicon. Okay, let's go get some silicon smelted then. Yeah, apparently the what am I saying? I don't know. Oh, temperature's going up. Good. This might get hot enough to do the silicon. Yeah, apparently the furnace in a frame is a thing that people used to do, and it would give perfect insulation to the furnace, therefore keeping its heat perfectly. but that was changed a little while ago to not work perfectly and actually work less efficiently than putting it in a room with a very small amount of gas, which you then have to monitor and maintain. I think you have to monitor and maintain it. Not 100% sure. All I know is low volume gas at high temperature to maintain the temperature inside the thing and insulate it a bit. Yeah, and dear, it might not be a bad idea to get the pollutant out of my vase in the same way that I get the pollutant into my coolant lines and just overpressure it and just liquefy the pollutant to outside. It's probably not a bad idea. What temperature does silicon need? 627. Alright, almost there. There we go, we're there. Set inward, on. And we got our silicon. Yeah, so my idea for the furnace room initially is just to make it vacuum. I might pressurize it later, but I'll make it vacuum to begin with. And then I thought if I have some passive vents in the room and connect those up via... Basically connect those the same way I set up my hotbox on Venus, where I have a back pressure regulator set up to keep the room pressure at 100 kPa or 150 or something like that. And if I have enough of those set up, even if the furnace heats up quickly, the room shouldn't heat up so quickly that those can't keep the pressure at a safe level. And then eventually they'll get the number of moles of gas in that room to a level where it cannot explode because there's just not enough molecules in there for it to create the pressure. And I'm only doing it because I've heard people talk about it and I've never done it. I don't know whether it should be considered cheesy or not. But there should be a level where once I've heated up that room to a certain point, it'll just kind of not. It'll be impossible for it to overpressure based on the temperatures that are possible within Stationeers. Because we don't get to hotter than the surface of the sun temperatures in portable air conditioners anymore. And then release all that heat in an instant. This needs electronic parts, steel sheets. Where do I throw those? There. Peggy Zulu, no. It doesn't. I mean, the furnace temp shouldn't exceed 2000 degrees Celsius because I'm not using nitrous. So it's kind of hard to exceed those temperatures. In my previous experience, using oxygen volatile combustion furnaces. I don't know whether that's changed, but because it's been a little while since I used a combustion furnace, thanks to the Venus run. But yeah, the ones I've used in the past, I've never really got above 2,000. Because you have to put a lot of fuel in for that to happen, and I just tended not to ever burn that much fuel. Alright, so it's these two here. Yeah, and if I make the atmosphere nitrogen or something, it should be safer. Something non-combustible. Yeah, it used to be quite spectacular when you'd open up your 200,000 degrees Celsius air conditioner and instantly release all that heat when you deconstructed it. Because that used to be a thing. That was impressive. Takari, what useful gases could I possibly get from my furnace? I'm using deep mined ores. They don't degas. There's no useful gases to capture. All of my gases are going to have to be made through other means, not through the furnace. There's not going to be any useful gases that I put in. I put in hot stuff. I put in oxygen and volatiles, which will then combust and not really give me anything useful. I honestly don't think there's much role for having a gas capture here. Let's see how the buttons look if I put this in the middle. The only reason I'm thinking of putting it in the middle is that it would give me the ability to have a couple of, to have the chutes pop out and pop in on either side with ease. Oh, I didn't bring any steel sheets. Whoops. No, volatiles plus O2 does not give you steam. Because volatiles when used in the furnace are hydrocarbons. Volatiles when used in the H2 combustor are mostly hydrogen. Volatiles change what they are dependent on the circumstance. You must use every part of the atmospheric buffalo. Yes, it's nose to tail atmospheric engineering. Yeah, Boat Babe, you did miss some things. I had some interesting disasters so far. Some interesting disasters. Still don't know where that those volatiles came from. Okay, I got no idea. I should really put a set of stairs in here so that I can walk up and over. I think it's a fair enough shortcut that they use, that volatiles behave both as hydrocarbons and as hydrogen dependent on the circumstance, because it means they need one less gas in the game. And at a certain point, you do just probably have too many gases. I'm sure some of us, myself included, would be quite happy having more gases to have to handle and work with, but I do feel like when balancing a game for multiple people, it's probably best that it doesn't. And I think that looks just fine. Yeah. It's not hiding anything important. I can then have my chutes set up nicely. I might try and set my chutes up so that I can have a bit of extra on the input. So I can have a bit of a queue. Yeah, Eponymous Misty, they've had hydrogen in the game files for a very, very long time. I don't know if it's getting added or if it's just something that's hung around because it could have been in the game at an earlier stage. I just don't know what the plans are around that. Well, I think that's going to be fine. I think this is going to be cool. Bit different. So now I need some chutes. I need another... I'm going to put this on its own circuit. It doesn't need to be, but I'm going to do it anyway. Sweet Orange Brony, with a comment like that, I'm surprised that... I'm kind of surprised that Twitch Auto Mod didn't be like, wait a second, that's not right. That's not something you want to admit to on the internet. You want to be that guy that added lead to fuel and killed more people than any other scientist ever, probably. I have chutes in my hallway shelves, do I? I do. If I were to... I don't think hydrogen's necessary in their current setup. It may become necessary when they add nuclear. It may become more necessary then, but right now I don't think hydrogen's actually necessary. It could make fueled rockets a bit more interesting because you got then the variety of different things and blah blah blah. But yeah, I know it's janky, but it doesn't feel necessary. I suppose you could argue that they could get rid of the combustor, the H2 combustor, if they added hydrogen to the game, which I think would probably be a good thing. You could get rid of that and then people just have to use a furnace to do it. And create the right conditions in the furnace to create water. Hmm. One, two, three, four. Yeah, I can set that up all right inside. Oh no, I don't want them to loop to the same side. That makes it hard. No, 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 no. I don't want my ingots to accidentally go back in. That would not be good. And I could absolutely see myself setting something up that way if I had them both going to the same side. No, no, I don't want a collection vending machine. I don't like vending machines. I know some of you guys do, but I really don't like them. They're cumbersome, they're just... Okay, that's all I need. And I'll just pop out. Actually, I might... move that one block further in. Yeah, I just don't like them. I like the idea of vending machines. The implementation is kind of terrible unless you're doing specific things. I think that the reason I don't like them is because they're enormous. They are huge. That's why I don't like them. And that means you can't use them in lots of situations where they might be interesting, but are otherwise just get in the way. Don't go bringing your logic in here, Mr. Yard. They're pretty big for they're pretty small for storing 100 things. I don't want that logic. That's not helpful logic. You know what makes sense? Don't go bringing that in here. Put that there. Bloop, bloop. Just drop things down there. Thanks, Chipsticks. Thank you for 34 months. Oh, and very cool work on your Stationeers mods. Been quite cool seeing you do this stuff. I look forward to messing with your plants later. Possibly when I get to the decoration phase of this thing. Would it be better to put this in the floor? Maybe. I guess one of the reasons not to put it in the floor is it increases the accidental... Oh no, because it sits above, so it should be fine. I was about to say, it increases the risk of accidental input. But it doesn't. There we go. Yeah. So that gives me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Perfect. 8 is good. It was always annoying on my Venus run that I didn't have quite enough inputs for a double stack of steel. But because everything's off-gassed here, it should be a little bit easier. Oh, excuse me. Huh. Curious why this is being placed below the main floor. Style. Just to be different. Literally no other reason. And cable, heavy cable. Need lots. No, I'm not putting a sorter in there, Andy. Why would it? No. They're gigantic and I've got a tiny little bit of room. And if I put the wrong thing in, then that's my problem. Also, I'd have to program the sorter every time. That would be very... No. No. Still a noob at this game. Since you can conveyor stuff, can you drop smelted stuff into a storage container that then feeds other printers? Yes. Can you do it easily? No. It's quite complex to do that, but yes, it is possible. You will need to script the setup and everything. But it's not a simple process. It's one of those processes that I have always avoided doing because I'm just like, I don't want to have to think about all that stuff. It's too hard. So I'm speaking about how difficult it is without having never done it. So it may be easier or it may even be worse than I think. All I know is no one has managed to dissuade me of this notion as yet, so it's probably not too far off. No, Takari, it shouldn't have a junk return that goes back to these centrifuges. I would need to set up my recycler setup for that, because as I was reminded, it may be that I put steel in there for a particular alloy, in which case I need that to not go into my regular centrifuges. That would be bad. That would block them up. I feel like most people who manage to get automated materials delivery to from their furnaces to their printers when their printers need materials have done that because they thought it would be a fun challenge to do it. Less so because it actually made any other particular part of their game easier or better or whatever. Oh, Becky Zulu, you started that comment on such a statement that just immediately gets me ready for a fight, and then you ended it with something that very much diffused that. It's programming. It's easy. It's the same as teaching a toddler how to assemble IKEA furniture. Well done. Well done for that roller coaster. So now I need to make some more steel. Is it still hot enough outside to make steel? Yes. Let's see if I can pressurize the furnace with enough gas while it's still hot. To hold said heat for long enough. Oh, Nuki World, you don't know the half of Capac learning to assemble IKEA furniture. Oh my gosh. When we were still housemates, he bought a piece of IKEA furniture, did not put it together correctly. And I came home when he was partway through it, and I'm like, Capac, you sure that's right? That doesn't look right. Isn't the back meant to go the other way? At which point he grumbled and agreed that I was right. And was also at a point of no return where he couldn't fix it. That was good fun for me. Not sure this furnace is going to hold this heat well enough. I think it's going to bleed too much. The doctor... no, I haven't seen anyone post a clip in chat. Which actually makes me think I probably want to make a little channel on the Discord for people to share clips so that I can know whether there's something worth making, like, silly YouTube shorts from at some point. Might help me decide which clips are worth doing that with. Come on, green. No, it's too cold. It is 1 Kelvin off. Oh, that's so rude. I have to wait till tomorrow. I'm not sure Capac admitted he was wrong more than just grumble, grumble, grumble. I think it was just grumble, 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 and me smirking knowingly. So on that topic, have a fun time-lapse of me and my family building a flat-pack summer house, realizing we put the bottom in wrong and then deconstructing and reconstructing it again. Oh dear. The doctor, you're just gonna have to wait and find out what's gonna happen with the Ronco. With the finale. You're just gonna have to wait and find out. As are the guys I'm playing with. Like, I know the ideas that I have for the finale. The NPCs have their own ideas as well. But Wasted, Capac, and TFE are 100% completely blind to it all. Well, that's not where I thought that was going to end up. Alright, yeah, because the centrifuges aren't fast enough. That's never going to get in there. Excellent, Jax, excellent. Because that's probably not a bad idea. I have a sorter for my recycler that just kicks out the ingots and everything else. All the basics get thrown back into here. Although, do they come out as... yeah, they come out as ores, yeah. So yeah, the basics can get kicked back in. Sweet Orange Brownie, I know I can see all the clips that are made, but it's hard to figure out which ones are the good ones, because Twitch doesn't make it easy to look through these things. Yay, I have stacks of cable. That's good. Tankard, I think it's a good thing that they're different. So, something that's popped up a lot reading the comments on my latest Survival Impossible video where I've been talking about building a train line and that sort of things. A lot of people try and tell me to go and watch someone else's video on how they've done a thing. For the most part, in Space Engineers and in Stationeers in particular, because I've played them enough that I have my own approaches to things, I try not to watch other content creators. I intentionally avoid it. Because what I don't want to do is copy their ideas knowingly. If I come to the same solution, that's fine, because that's just convergent evolution of the idea. But I don't want to just copy someone else's thing. So I don't watch. What I will do sometimes is like see cool stuff on the workshop and be like, oh, but that's from an aesthetic perspective rather than a functional perspective. The functional stuff I like to try and work out for myself. Which is why you guys probably might have noticed you don't get much traction when suggesting stuff like cows are evil or other people's ways of doing things. It's because I don't watch it. I just don't. Because I just don't want to copy someone else's cool ideas. I want to see if I can come up with my own. That is Charlie having some sleep yips. She does that. Alright. I'm waiting for a day. Because I need the steel, because I need to make some more, a bunch of pipes, and I also need to make a bunch of tanks. And I need to set up a filter, and I need to cool the hot gas that goes in. I think I possibly want to use a separate independent cooler just for the volatiles. Do I need to wear the suit right now? No. I should probably take it off. I just forget to. No, I wasn't planning on having a script handle the pressure and temperature of the furnace. Wow. Alright, it's very much not a cool thing. It's not too cool to copy the idea. It's that I just feel bad copying someone else's idea. Especially if the other creator is someone who might be newer, starting out, that sort of thing. I feel guilty doing that. So I just generally don't. Also, I find if I watch too much of whatever games I'm actually playing, I burn myself out on them. I know I'm that other streamer, Orion, but I also know that your statement relies on a little bit of a connection back to my original statement, which is why I brought that up. I did see the whole thing. I saw the whole thing. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna script anything with it. I quite like playing with the dials on the furnace. I like putting a certain amount of fuel in, igniting it, seeing the pressure change, and doing all that stuff. I actually kind of enjoy it. But yeah, the part of it also comes down to I want to figure it out for myself as well. If it's a game that I don't know well enough, then absolutely I want to watch someone else do it, because I'm like, I don't even understand where to start. I've been trying to learn a little bit of vintage story recently, and yeah, 100% seeing other people do that. But I feel like in Stationeers and Space Engineers, I should be able to figure these things out myself, right? And I think it's more fun for me to try and figure it out, and then have chat or YouTube comments tell me why I'm wrong, and then adjust based on those comments, because that's just a nice feedback loop that I quite like. So there's a variety of reasons. Yeah, Morazin, it was raiding into Avak, playing Vintage Story that made me go, maybe I should give this another go. Maybe I should give this another try and see how it is. I think I need another light down here. It's quite dark. On this wall? Yeah, maybe on that wall. Oops. There we go. The Doctor, I have made rail systems in Space Engineers a few times, actually. I made one in my Survival Maybe save. I've made a sort of rail-based miner in Survival Impossible. And, yeah. Okay, so I can actually see down there now, which is nice. It's just too far away from the overhead light. 3 blocks is just a bit too far. Alright. Oh, how hot is it? Is it getting hot enough outside? Yes. The train I'm building in Survival Impossible has some very unique constraints compared to trains that I've seen people build in creative mode worlds and things like that, that you can definitely work around in creative that you just can't work around properly in the Survival Impossible setup. The main one being laying out the track has to be as simple as possible. If it requires a whole lot of manipulating blocks with piston contraptions and things like that to try and get the parts of the rail in the perfect position, then it's never going to get finished. So it can't be that.
Waste tank caution.
Ow. Go back inside. Let's try to wait till it got hot enough. It's going in. Should be hot enough now. Yes, eponymous DR, that is precisely why I was saying it's more of a Space Engineers, Stationeers thing that I don't tend to use other people's ideas all that much. Because if you're saying, I usually nick stuff off the workshop when I try and fail to do my own idea because frustration isn't fun when you can't beat it. And that is 100% where I would get to in other games. But because I played enough of these two, like, where am I at with Stationeers now? 722 hours, and then Space Engineers is thousands upon thousands. And I like to figure out stuff in Space Engineers myself for other reasons too. One of the big ones being, it's really helpful if you're ever going to make a tutorial on something to have figured it out for yourself. Because I can then explain it to other people much more reliably and productively. That's one of the enormous reasons I prefer to do it. But yeah, absolutely. If you're getting to the point of frustration and it's no longer fun, that's where looking up guides and seeing how someone else solved it and be like, oh, that's the bit of information I was missing. That would have made this all make sense, sort of thing, is super helpful. I'm not suggesting that my approach is what everyone should do. It's just the approach that I take these days for those specific games. Let's get insulated pipe because I'm going to need a whole lot of it. Trying to think, is there a shortcut I can do with this that will allow me to have the furnace set up before I set up yet another cooling thing? Actually, Daz, I've been working on a script for a video that I've mentioned during these Stationeers streams before. Due to the number of people who have asked me, hey, what's the difference between Space Engineers and Stationeers? And I've been working on a script for that. We will see how far I get with that. I'm hoping to get far enough with it to do it. No, Andia, I do need to fill it cold volatiles if I want to make a gas mix that doesn't explode in the pipes. I don't want to feed it a gas mix that explodes in the pipes. So I do need to cool it. Although, I guess if I only pull in it at night, 126 degrees won't self-combust, so I can probably get away without it. But I've wanted to for a long time now make some videos that are more just gaming, game design sort of concepts. So I thought this would be a nice little way to try out some of those thoughts. And see how it goes for me. more steel frames. I knew it! All these videos are scripted. Funny thing is, even when I write a script, I go off script in seconds. Always. How many do I need? I probably don't need that many frames. Alright. A few things are printing. I'm going to leave those printing for a moment while I go and take a quick bio break. I'll be back. My suit is open. Good. May as well throw my suit off. While else, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Let's print it off a little bit of stuff. Where did my helmet roll to? There. Alright, we'll stop the pipes for the moment. Stop those. Weren't there meant to be shelves above the printers to stop the floorage, especially as it's hard to see in the corners? Yes, there were. Is it a priority of mine? No. I'll do it at some point. Probably. Maybe. Eventually. Oh. Didn't need to pick the other potatoes. Still had one in the microwave. There we go. Alright. Let's go see if I can figure out how this thing needs to be laid out, because at least it's nighttime, so I'm not gonna chew through my oxygen supply super quickly. I do feel like I have made some meaningful progress towards my furnace, at least. So probably the first thing I need to figure out is where I'm going to put the oxygen tank for the furnace and the volatiles tanks, and then some sort of ideally cooling setup. I would like to have a cooling setup for the furnace fuel, so then I can make a fuel mixer and have the fuel mix in some inline tanks. So I just pump fuel mix into the furnace. However, will I get enough oxygen? I don't know. I'm sure I will find a way.
Power low.
Oh no. That's inconvenient. Well. Guess I'm going back inside. Oh, nope. Managed to jump up here without flying off. Good. Yeah, I might want to make my greenhouse bigger. That seems like definitely the right distraction to have from what I'm doing right now. Actually, I haven't checked how much oxygen I've got in my oxygen tank. I could check while I wait for the storm to abate. Oh. Trippy. Close enough to the building that it doesn't get the storm effects. That's quite cool. Oh, walking into the wind is slow. Thanks to Cos. Thank you for the prime sub. And now for the fun of trying to highlight the tank from underneath. Oh, nope, got it first time. Oh, sweet. 14.3 kilomoles. Almost at 6 megapascals. That's pretty good. Pressure in the greenhouse is still... Pressure in the base is still maintaining quite well, so the CO2 is not a problem. Pollutant is slowly dropping again. I will attempt further. Yeah, Vox, I think the way it might handle being in the wake of the storm, although actually it looks like it's flowing over. Like it legit looks like it is actually tumbling over. So maybe they have calculated. What I thought it was just no particles get generated in here, therefore there doesn't have the particles and they get generated there, which means they go to there. But it does almost look like it is handling the lee of the building to some extent, which is very cool. Because it goes further out from the 2 high one than it does from the 1 high one. Very cool. Now, is this going to get proper cool? I hope so. Is Stationeers going to add new planets in the near future? Stationeers is going to add entirely new terrain system in the near future. And the way that they're going to author the maps for that is something that should be fairly straightforward to mod and have more maps for. So I don't know how many they're planning compared to how much they currently have. But I suspect the community will massively increase the number of planets on the workshop rapidly. If it's as easy as it sounds like it could be. Alright. Let's see if I can figure out the layout by going around here. So I was thinking of leaving a 2x2 sized depression here, and then putting glass over the top of it, venting it out, and then we'll deal with minutely pressurizing it at another stage. I don't think I really need to rush on that, especially as it's being called cheese, which makes me go, no cheese. When the terrain update comes, you can either stay on the current version and keep playing your game, or you can start a new game in the new version. Those are your options. There is no transition planned for saves to the new terrain system because it just doesn't work. It's a complete overhaul. I think the storm's almost over. I hope. Maybe? No. I'm kind of... I don't know what to do with myself while I'm waiting for this. Should take the tanks out with me. I do still really like my roof here. I think that came out really well. It's not always easy to... What? That weirdly desaturated for a second there. I thought I was losing consciousness. It's not always easy with everything having to be very large blocks to make something that looks interesting, and I think this worked out. Shelves! Shelves! I hate that you're right. Blah. Blah. Yeah, Bullseye, I haven't checked out the beta since it first dropped. I figured I'd just wait until they actually have it ready. See, it does. At this point, I got to see what I wanted to see. Oh, no, I don't want that one there. Why is a crowbar used for a shelf? It's terrifying. Makes it way too easy to do something very bad. There we go. Storm's over. How'd I go? Can't make the glasses that let me see wires. They require fancy alloys. Need the furnace first. Zuriel, no. I don't know if the vehicles will have a purpose and be added back in. They have... There's been mentions made around it, but nothing concrete. At all. So, it's all been... Oh yeah, that could be a nice thing to do. It might be a thing, but nothing that's like, yes, we are doing this thing. Nope, haven't made an advanced tablet. I don't even remember what components are required for that. I'm just gonna, with no basis in reality whatsoever, claim that it must require stuff that I can't make yet. And I need to get the furnace done first. Just because I really don't want to distract from the furnace. I really want this furnace finished. Okay. So, small insulated tank. Yeah, I should be able to go... hopefully these two here, and still make them work. I should start piping the oxygen over and put a thing on it. Do that first, maybe. And then in this area, I'll build the volatiles. So, filtering and stuff, which is gonna have to run on a script. Much like my one here does. Or much like my other things do. Yes, I should colour the pipes before I work on them. That's a good point. I will spray paint some white. And red. I think I've got white and red. Yeah, I do. I do normally paint my pipes once I'm doing things properly. That is something I do normally do. Alright, so... this is going to start from up here somewhere. Where am I able to run these without interfering with my post? Could just run them over this wall. So if I join from there and then I have an overflow pressure regulator on the wall. And then just go up and over. Yeah, I don't know when properly with my bases starts. Changes each base.
Waste tank caution.
Some it's early, some it's not. Oops, went too far. I mean, yes. A thing I do a lot is how hard can I make this for myself? I usually do it within the limits of what the game actually does, though. But there are also things that I like doing some things some ways, and apparently they're ways that people think are harder than other options. Poop. Should have gone down the middle. So that's going to stop me turning that into an airlock easily if I do that there. So we'll go down here. Sometimes I enjoy doing things the slow way, I think is what... I agree there's a bit of masochism there, absolutely. But there's also a bit of... I do just like taking my time sometimes. And not doing everything ultra efficiently. Like, that's where Survival Impossible comes out from. It's... I genuinely enjoy doing things that slow. Ah. In this case, however, I have not made this slow, done this the slow way because I think it's the interesting way. I've done it the slow way because I didn't think to check what's on here, but I actually probably want to have these elevated. I don't want to run this on the floor. This needs to run high. Because it's got to go over and then come down over here. And... yeah, I'm honest with you, the style of stuff that I do, I've set up for wrong way, is actually how I would play Space Engineers on my own. With no one watching. I would actually play that way. I did play that way. Before I ever started creating content. Because I was quite happy to do self-imposed challenges and be like, what can I do with this? I like playing this way, there's no mod that forces me to, so I'll just do it. Or I didn't even think to look for a mod, I was just like, I'm just gonna do it. Oh. Forgot that I'd left those there. I'll go get some more anyway. Definitely need more pipe. And I definitely see a lot of people on various platforms talking about the way they play Space Engineers and it being kind of similar to what I'd always done. Just validating in a way, I suppose. That I wasn't alone. And enjoying those restrictions and what they help add to your game. By getting you to... by building differently. Most of mine were just, I want the base to feel this way. Rather than the more formalized restrictions for things like wrong way. Which are kind of necessary from a communication standpoint. To make sure the guys that I'm playing with and everyone watching understands what's going on and why the silliness. Oops. Okay. Oxygen now down to here. Let's put this on that. Put this on that. What temp does the volatile come out of the Sterlings? Could that be the source for the furnace? I don't know, Darkwind. I don't think it comes out cooler than the night air, because it can't. So I think I'm still better off just using night air. There we go, 520 degrees. Rounded. So I think I'm better off just using straight up night air and just loading up the volatile at night, which will come in at 127. So what I'm thinking I do is I probably want to put a pump in here to isolate these parts. So I'll probably put a pump in there somewhere to fill the tank in this part and keep this line empty. And then set up a script to only fill this with volatiles at night, so when it's below 127, and then have a temperature exchanger between these two lines so that they equalize. They'll equalize somewhere between 20 degrees Celsius and 126 Celsius, but whatever it is, it's below auto ignition temperature. So then when they're equalized, I can then make them into a fuel mix, and the fuel mixer will keep it. So I probably don't need to cool it beyond that if I just pull in night air. And as long as they're the same temperature, the fuel mixer works out of the thing. Out of the box. That was the word I was looking for. Box. Right, so next thing is pressure regulator, which I do have around here somewhere. There. We'll stop pipe again. I'll grab those, because now I'm going to build this bit. And we can just paint it this way without adding even more pollutants to my base. This is one bit of cheese that I don't mind using. The painting cheese. Not sure why it stands out to me as one that I don't care about, but it does. All right. Now, how am I going to get these pipes where I need them? I think that's fine. And then that. Then I can put my pressure regulator on there. Painting isn't very exciting even with the special paint tool. That's probably it. It's probably it. It's probably that it doesn't feel any different. All it does is just mean that I don't have to clean up my mess afterwards. That is almost certainly going to be the answer. Yeah, fair point. Well made. Nope, that is a volume pump. That's the wrong thing. Back pressure regulator. Okay, so now I need to figure out where on I'm going to get power from. Yeah. Oh, I can go straight down. Does that work? If I do that, can I even see it from here? I'm going to have to go inside. See where that's ended up. The oxygen generation goes very well, I think. No, that's not helpful. That is not helpful at all. Can I get to that bit of cable then? Silly vent. Yeah, I think most of the challenges in Stationeers, once you've dealt with them at their hardest, you then go back to whichever world it is that you like. And for me, the world I've always liked is Mars. Input at 6 megapascals. So that should blow off 450 kilopascals and leave me with plenty of oxygen for breathing. So let's turn that on. That's slowly dropping. Make sure it stops at the right point. Paint the tank. Yeah, I probably should. Soda did not go to the dawn service. I haven't made it the last few years. Having a toddler makes such things impractical. And also, I start streaming before the sun comes up. Okay, looks good to me. Yeah, I was about to say that, sort of, right? Also, if you're getting your bases are warming over time, that's going to be because of glass, or because of non-insulated passive vents sticking through walls. Everything else should be perfectly insulated. The glass is perfectly insulated, but it creates radiant heat. Now, which way do pumps go? Excellent, goes the right way. Fantastic. Not sure that the pump there is entirely necessary, but it just feels better to not have that whole volume of gas not usable and having things not as pressurized as it might be. Hopefully this volume is small and is big enough that this is going to take a long time to overpressure. It's going to take a very long time, so I've got plenty of window there. Now I need to get some more frames and set up a filtration. I love recycling, even then I use paint cheese. Yeah. I feel like I would almost also use a paint the entire network mod so that a whole network gets painted when you paint it, but only if that consumed as much paint as if you did it on it without using, like, did it individually. Right. Steel frames. And I need an atmospherics kit. Means I need to smelt some gold. Which is easy enough. Um, I don't know what setup I would want to use for, oh no, I've got too much oxygen. It feels like it's going to take a very, very, very long time to reach the kind of pressures required for that. I probably want to put the large tank on connected to the trader so I can sell it off at that point. I don't think there's much else I would want to do with it. No, I'm not making a new airlock. Don't wanna. I'm gonna keep going around. Because it feels like even though I'm gonna go around a lot of times, the number of times I do it is still gonna take less time than putting in a new airlock. How much we got? That's gonna be enough. Okay. Let's start laying out a few more things. Yeah, I suppose I could. I don't think that I will grow mushrooms. I know you can use mushrooms to turn O2 into CO2, but when I'm bringing CO2 into the base from the atmosphere, feels like I should probably just produce less oxygen if it gets to that point. But really, what's going to happen is I'm going to turn my oxygen into water. And then I'm going to have massive tanks of water. And I'm going to have swimming pools, which means I need huge amounts of cooled water. So I really don't think I'm going to run into a problem where I genuinely need to dispose of oxygen. I would hope by the time I reach that stage, we have a terrain update. Wouldn't you? Yeah, stairs to the roof is probably the route that I would go to speed up getting around. Hey Tex, how's it going?
Waste tank caution.
Oh man. It's the problem with working during the daytime. Well, it's been so good. I know I've said this a few times, but it genuinely feels so much better putting down a few more of these floors all the time, so that I've always got a bit of extra framing around wherever I'm working. Even though it took me like 6 weeks to actually do one of the other bits. So, my thinking here for the filtration is have a vent that pulls in at night, have it pressurizing the pre-filter line to the point that the pollutant just comes out as liquid,
Hydration critical.
hopefully making the filtration more efficient. So that should work, I think. I won't put those in yet, because I need to vacuum that out, and I need to put the pipes in and everything first. Going good, just managed to make the time to catch up on the last episode of the SE series with Shaq, making you nostalgic for the silly shenanigans. Yeah, I've been really having fun with that series. I hope Shaq has been too. I think he has. I've genuinely been it's been a way to play Space Engineers that is so light-hearted. It's been really refreshing. It's just really nice to just be silly fun, especially with my new coloring scheme for my carrier that I built there, which is very Saved by the Bell. I was coming inside to eat and drink. And to get a new battery for my welder. Not to be a doom prepper or anything, but maybe just isolate the furnace wall from the rest of the base in case an accident happens there. Saruman, I don't think I can. But you do make me wonder whether I could have like an emergency shutdown. Maybe putting like hanger doors coming down from the ceiling along this line here and along here. So that if pollutants are detected or if something happens, I can either have a manual button that shuts it down or have something that does lockdown procedures if it goes wrong. So at least the amount of stuff that gets lost is less. I could certainly see myself doing that. I think that could be kind of fun. Having like banking, like the sort of shutters that they say they have at banks. Which I presume they do have, I just obviously have never seen them. Just realized the way that I said it sounded like I didn't believe it. Because yes, I do have plans on multiplayer Stationeers when the terrain update drops. I absolutely do. Capac has already agreed to it. My plan is myself and Capac. The two of us getting back to some just classic us two mucking around gameplay. So yeah, 100%. I don't know when or in what format exactly, but yes, after the update, yeah, that's 100% something we want to do. I think the update will be enough of a difference that Capac will be hopefully enticed to play again. I need some basic pipe, which I don't have anywhere on the shelves. No. No. So yeah, 100% plans. For that. No plans for anything bigger, largely due to the complexity of it, but also because Capac and I have been friends for many years, and I kind of just want to play some games with him, just the two of us, just so we can just do things the way that we always did. Like I like having the bigger group stuff, but I also like going back to single player and going back to smaller stuff as well. I like having a mix. And I've definitely been doing a lot of the bigger group stuff for the last year and a bit, so it'll be nice to do something different for a while. It's all about variety. The spice of life or something. Good-natured bickering. Alright. Then... so unfiltered can just go back to atmosphere. This side, though... I'm gonna need to put a drain in. Yeah, back when I could have thrown a cold bucket of water on Capac to wake him up. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe it's nostalgia talking, and maybe I'll be like, oh, this is why I always invited other people. Once we're actually doing it again. But it's something we haven't done in a while, and it's something I do miss. I think. Like, it was fun playing Lost Skies with him, and just the two of us. And so, I need to bring around some cable from the mains. Actually, let's not put that in there. Bring it out. Because it doesn't need to go in the corner, so it's not going to go in the corner. Oh, Wally. Romania is finally getting ads. Oh dear. I did have someone suggesting that they were going to try and use a VPN and locate themselves in Romania just so that they wouldn't get Twitch ads. And I was like, yeah, fair play. Go for it. Will there be more Lost Skies? Maybe? I'd certainly... Like, I really want to mess around more with their airship building mechanics. The way that that's set up, with it all being node-based and you can fine-tune various positions and stuff, is really cool. I really like that part of it. And didn't get to mess around with it as much as I would have ideally done. I was coming inside because I didn't have stuff I need. Need a transformer. And I don't know what I need next, so I'm just going to head straight back out again. Although, just to make some people happy... Stairs. I don't know that I've got room for stairs on this side of the base, but at least I can put stairs so I can take the shortcut on the way back. I don't think I need the spray paints anymore, so I'll pop them in here again. Also probably shouldn't be carrying around these walls and glass and stuff that I'm not using just yet. They're just occupying inventory space. Nuki World. You know why not a lift. You know. Also, can I fit a stair around here that doesn't look super weird? I don't think so. I'd have to put it... Like, I could put something like this and put a grating or something there, maybe? Like, so that it's a bit of a catwalk up there? Could do that. Alright, let's do it. Why not? Because I'm going to temperature exchange the two gases so that they are the same temperature when they go to the gas mixer. So I'll use a heat exchanger between the two, before they go to the gas mixer so that they're always at the same temperature. The O2 starts cooler, so it will bring down the temperature of the overall mix compared to what the volatile temperature is. And then I need probably those guys. Maybe need more than that, but we'll see. Yeah, I've always, when I use an actual gas mixer, I do try and put a heat exchanger on them beforehand to make sure that they actually are correct. So the gas mix works properly. There we go. One little catwalk there. Stairs over here should be fine to just go in. Like that. Although, did I put... No, I did put railing stairs. Alright, where do I put the transformer for this whole setup? Guess over here could work. Yeah, Death 13, the classic adventures. I don't really want to do the Rick and Morty comparison, largely because I know who that makes me, and I don't like it. Although, it probably doesn't. Because I'm the one who always sets up the adventures. See you, Ryan. I much prefer Pinky and the Brain, because then it's not entirely clear who is who. Or, more correctly, who's the smart one. So there are certainly arguments either way. Need more cable. You guys happy? That was a lot quicker. Okay, so I need an active vent, which I believe I have somewhere around here. Active vents. I need one of these guys. Or is it these guys? I can't remember. Liquid drain, I think, is actually the one I want. No! Stop telling me to put vending machines. I feel like I need to... I need to put an auto mod in for vending machine. Have never seen cow and chicken. So do not know. Alright, oh yeah, that's the way I want to do it. That's why I wanted to do this silly thing. There we go. Passive liquid drain. Hey Battlestorm. Hey Shadow. Hey LC. How's it going? How was your fundraising stream? Glad it went well. That's good. Alrighty. So in theory, this should switch off automatically when it gets to a dangerous level. So I shouldn't need to worry about that. My plan is to use the filtration unit's IC slot to do all of the work that I need to do here. And I forgot to bring a passive vent. Poop. But my idea is, this turns on at night when the temperature is cool enough, which should be the temperature in the unfiltered, because it'll have a passive vent. Can I test the temperature of unfiltered? Let's check. Filtration. Do I get temperature output 2? Yeah. Cowls are too slow. Thanks, my selfie. Thank you for the prime sub. So I want to use a passive vent. No, temp input is bad. Temp input does not tell me what I need to carry. Temp input would tell me what temperature of gas I'm currently sucking in. What I want is to turn the vent on only when the temperature is low enough, which would be the passive vent connected to atmosphere, which should be the output 2. So temperature output 2. When that temperature reaches low enough, then turn vent on. And then the temperature on input will be the correct temperature. So temperature input would not tell me the right info. So I'll use output 2 temperature to know what the current atmosphere temperature is without needing to put a secondary sensor in place. Which could get weird when I'm pushing gas out, though. Yeah, I should put a sensor down. There are potential significant problems with this. I need to put a sensor down. Stationeering goes better than it did at the start of the stream. About an hour in. Oof. That was painful. So painful. I put a rail spike through my head. At least that's how I'm describing it. Sensor, yeah. Yeah. Yes, exactly, Cinzamac. Nobody died. We didn't see anything. Nope, didn't happen. Game bug. Allowed to do game bug.
Waste tank caution.
Oh, really? Just as I walk outside. Yeah, I forgot the passive vent. Dang it. I'll put the sensor down and then we can have a look at the script. Sensor can go over here, which will be far enough away from everything that won't be a problem. Then gas sensor, and D1 can be the active vent. So those are the 2 devices I need, and everything else should just run. I may need more than one passive liquid drain, but I'm pretty sure with an active vent rather than a powered vent, I will be fine with just a single one. Alright, so we need a passive vent, and I need an IC10, and I need to start writing the script. And someone in stream actually say you died in Stationeers when I was showcasing the skull you gave me. Great timing. Indeed. Put active vent away. Get passive vent before I forget. Start using insulated ones by default, even though I don't need it out there. I should probably just use them by default. So that way if I ever do any reshuffling, I've got more of those rather than standard passive vents. If I do rearrangements. I had a passive vent sitting right there. Of course I did. I see 10. Until you overpressure the tank. Well, that is where the script comes in, because I can test the pressure of the tank. And have the whole system shut down when that's down. If I use an AND. Alright. Edit. No. Cancel. Suit off. Edit. I don't know if I've saved this one. Library? CO2 filler pressure limit. Yes? O2... what is this doing? This is O2 level set something, whatever. Save to it. Overwrite. Good. Clear. Alright, so. Alias D0, which is going to be the sensor. Alias vent D1. Alias out temp. Tank press. This should do, I think. Filter extraction, yeah, that's probably what I should have called it. Alright, so. Load into out temp sensor temperature. Load into tank press. DB. Actually, alias DB. Whoops, wrong way around. Filter DB. Logic type is, I think, pressure output. Cool. Alias this DB. Yeah, I can see why you might do that, but I think it's better for me for reading this later to alias it filter rather than this. I advise you to add a comment to your code to title its function. Yeah, perhaps. This script manages Vulcan volatile capture for fuel furnace. There you go. That works. So I want a set less than zero. is less than B. If out temp is less than 405 and a set less than R1, tank press is less than, let's say, let's go 30 megapascals. Now, is this what I want to use? Does AND actually achieve what I want here? Or because it's bitwise logical nonsense, is it going to do something weird? Will this actually give me the... I've used AND before and it's worked as I wanted. It was the other one that didn't. So AND R2, so if both of these conditions are met, then turn the filter on. So the filter will only turn on at night as well, which is probably not too bad. I probably don't need to worry about the bit of pressure that's in the thing anyway, so... then set filter mode R2. Set vent on R2. Yeah. And it all work pretty well. It is when you start getting with the not or inverting logical instructions that things get weird. Ah, okay, yeah, it was the invert thing. Yeah, that's where I got weird. That's right. So that should turn them on. Okay, let's run through my logic. We load our outside temperature. We get that into the temperature variable. We load our pressure from the output of the filter, which should be the tank's pressure. Compare the outside temperature to 405 Kelvin. If it's less than that, it will set R0 to 1. If the tank pressure is less than 30 megapascals, it'll set R1 to 1. So if R0 and R1 are both 1, R2 becomes 1, which then turns these on. If either of them are not met, R2 will be 0 and turn both of these off. Which is what I want. So then I can go yield and jump to start. As in, I didn't have the inverter the wrong way around. What I had was turning like 10010 into 01101, which is not a 1 and a negative 1. It's completely different things. And so it did weird stuff. Okay, that should do everything I needed to do. Vulcan, vols, capture, confirm. Confirm, export. I thought the baseline max a standard vent will push to is below pipe singing temperature anyway, isn't it? So that's why I'm not worried about the vent. Set in, turn it on, realize I haven't turned this on.
Power low.
Oh, it is 50? Alright. Let's go set it to lower. Set it to 45 or something. Because that's below pipe noises. don't want consistent pipe noises. It's kind of like in Space Engineers where you get used to the clanging sounds. It's probably best not to be used to pipe singing noises and assuming that they're all fine. Tends to be a bad thing. So I want to set vent. What's the logic type of the active vent? Pressure internal.
Hunger caution.
To 45. There we go. Confirm. Export. That should do the trick. I think. I hope. Yeah, exactly, Danny. Having any danger noises filtered out is a risky ploy. It's certainly not something I'd like to consistently do. Alright, let's turn this on. Vent has stayed off. Filter is running. This is going to be a bit hot because I accidentally ran the vent during the day. I wasn't thinking. Is it getting hotter? It is getting hotter. It's morning. Ah, that's a pity. Alright. Wait. That vent is running. The filter is running. The filter shouldn't be running. Oh no, it's idle now. Run, get inside, and then wait. Okay, I need to take a quick bio break. I will be back in a minute. After I take my suit off, actually. Let's remember to do that. I'm not going to starve or suffocate. No. Be right back. I'm back. Hey, Gum. Thank you so much for the tier 2 for 17 months. Only missed half the daytime, right? Yeah, must have been. I wasn't gone that long. Drinky drink. Eat the potato. Still don't have any clear idea of when I'm going to plant more interesting crops so I can eat something more interesting. Now, heat exchanger. I think I just needed large direct heat exchanger. I don't think I need anything more fancy than that. Counterflows aren't required because I'm not changing what temperatures, I just want them to match. Yeah, Gum. I'm very happy to have the proper VRAP back screen. Also, to have a capture card that is behaving properly. Because my previous one, I had to do a PC restart before my streams to ensure that it didn't stop working just after I started going live. Which was annoying. See you, Shadow. What are my thoughts on burying the exchanger in the frame? I'll have it out there. It's another bit of something, I guess. It's another bit of the mechanism, the engineering that I think showing it's there is fine.
Power low.
Open that. Open that. Forgot to close that. I got myself a little snack. Unfortunately, the only snacks that I could find were nuts, and some of them are really quite loud, so I'm trying very carefully to chew away from the microphone. If you hear me, let me know and I'll stop. I was getting hungry. Didn't have anything anything soft and filling. Alright, so heat exchanger. It is pretty chunky, but I can put it here behind the two tanks. Oh, I need a pipe kit? Poop. What if you want to hear me chew? Then you're... I think you need to find a different category on Twitch. Or wait till I'm streaming with Capac when he's eating. I find hearing people chew to be a wholly unpleasant experience, so I don't want to inflict that on others. Eating corn nuts would be quieter than Capac snacking. Yeah. That is probably true. Okay, we have the heat exchanger. And that doesn't have a pass-through, does it? No. It's just one goes in, one goes in. So... that goes there. And that goes there. Oops. Dang it. Kamak's packing is also surrounded by him opening packaging, throwing around bowls, cutlery, and other stuff. Yes, he does seem to make as much of an event of it as he possibly can. So this one's currently dropping rapidly, and this one is not changing at all. I've also got over a kilomole of O2 in there already. Nice. That's before I've turned on this pump, which I forgot to turn on. Sweet. I've actually got a decent amount of fuel already. An oxidizer. I mean, the oxidizer more so. That's awesome. Wouldn't be surprised if Capac used a hibachi grill while streaming. I mean, I wouldn't be averse to having food that fresh while streaming. That'd be kind of cool. The sizzle, I'd like the sizzle. The sizzle would be alright. Okay, so we've got... let's close that. Temperature's down to 150. I'm going to hang around here and see if this all turns on. So this is currently idle, and this is currently off. Yes, as long as you don't set off the smoke detectors, which... despite my comments a few weeks back, I do have a smoke detector here in my shed. I forgot where it was. I literally cut out the acoustic foam around it. But that was several years ago, so no wonder I forgot. That's active, that's on. Let's see what's going on in here. So the pollutant just leaks out. This is getting hotter, but we are getting pressure. Have I tested the smoke detector in the last year? No. No, I have not. I know. I need to do things. One thing I did do this week, or had done this week, was we got our water heater replaced. Which means I now have a proper water heater that's not leaking. And I think is saving me like $150 a month in power, which is insane. May still want to cool it since you're more likely to get more volatile than oxygen to temper the heat. Yeah, I'm noticing that. I may want to cool this whole lot down. So that means I want to divert... I'll divert the pollutant that comes off here into a cooling loop. That just exchanges it. I don't know why I managed to not say things like automatic ATM or personal PIN number or any of those things, yet hot water heater still comes out. It's just a water heater. I mean, it heats both hot and cold water. Yes, local LAN network NIC card. So how's the water going? See, I remember to check my gauge. Volume 134 litres. We're still good. Why did I come inside? I want to get one of these, which I have already. Phase change device. I need to get some of these guys, because I think they're the ones I want. Yeah, condensation valve. I need some liquid pipes. I probably don't need those. Do I use more water as plants? Prior to my expansions last week, I would have said me. But now, I'm not sure. I thought of a fun way to cool the water. Yeah, I use my personal PIN number on the automatic ATM machine. That's my usual one, but I hadn't heard the local LAN network NIC card. That one hadn't occurred to me. Largely because I think it's a technical... I built the wrong pipes. They're uninsulated. What does ATM stand for anyway? Automatic Teller Machine. It's a networking term, asynchronous transfer mode. Yep. Okay. I'm just going to go out there and start laying some things out so I have an idea of what I need. I think I'll get a lot of it done. Which part of the taco gets automated in an automated taco machine? Because if you're making tacos, are you automating the making of, say, if you're making a meat-based one, the meat, the cooking of it? Or is it just the assemblage of the taco with pre-made ingredients? Or are you talking like, you just press a button and you say, I want this taco? So I feel like some of those things might be possible today and some of them not. So that should do. And then I'll just hook up the volatiles to the coolant side of this. And at least this will mean that this vent will provide some cooling every night for this thing. Get rid of that. Then I will get rid of my little loop thing.
Power critical.
Oh dear, 10% power. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. Knew it was going to be unhappy for a moment there. Just trying to be super prepped for it being quickly. So my idea is to not worry too much about the cooling being perfect, but just to get some cooling going. So there's at least a little bit of additional cooling most of the time. And that's why the evaporation chamber. So if I just pop this on here, we'll have this as another exhaust. This should at least cool it a bit. It's not going to be perfect, but it doesn't need to be perfect. Just means I'm not wasting that extra little bit. And then I need the exhaust. Seen a pizza robot on a fair, made the pizza from balls of dough and added all toppings and cooked it completely automatically. Yeah, a pizza feels... A pizza feels simpler than a taco. The only reason being that it's round. And you can assemble it round. Thanks, Cutthroat. Thank you for 32 months. I also am highly dubious as to the quality of the pizza that comes out. I imagine it's kind of like Pizza Hut or Domino's level. Yeah, I suppose you could use funnels for a taco, yeah. Yeah. Tortillas are round, but if you plopped everything in a round circle on a tortilla, you'll have way too much filling in the middle.
Waste tank caution.
Where do I stand on pineapple pizza? Put whatever you want on a pizza. Pizza's just a generic, really just become the generic name for flatbread with stuff on top. Although maybe it needs to have a sauce as well. Sauce and stuff on top to be a pizza. And what was I doing? I was getting a cow. Yeah, I was being hungry, which is a problem, because it's making my focus non-existent, even compared to baseline. That should be it. Obliterex, I've seen the automated stir-fry type machines, and they still feel more simple than making a good taco. Because it basically becomes automated hoppers feeding into a food-grade cement mixer. So it's at 77 degrees. That's not too bad. It could definitely be better, though. Now, the next thing I want to figure out is how I want to go about controlling my fuel mix. So, one of the things that you guys convinced me to do, which I really like, is having proper gauges. So I think I'm going to run my fuel pipe in through the wall so I can put a gauge on it so I can see how much fuel is in it. But then I also kind of want to be able to turn on and off the fuel mixer. Or maybe I automate the fuel mixer so it pushes it up and keeps it at a certain pressure. Maybe that's the way to do it instead. The liquid pipe won't ever get too full because this will evaporate off and get rid of it. It may make some noise, but it should never get too full, in theory. But if I wanted to stop making noise, yeah, I'll need to put the a relief valve on it. Like I do in my regular cooling area. I usually do pink for mixed fuel, yeah. Just trying to think how I want to do this. So, my idea is to put a little valve on there so I can see what the fuel mix volumes are. But I'm also I kind of like the idea of manually controlling when the fuel mix fills so that I've got an extra button to press in here. And so it's not constantly filling, which means the temperature of it will vary depending on how hot this is. Whereas if I only fill it from time to time, then I can hopefully have this coolant work more often. Because I should have... yeah. I know this coolant doesn't work when the filters, once this is full, but hopefully that won't happen too often. Either way, it'll be fine. I'm struggling. Yeah, I need to get pink spray paint. I want to relay a button to a fuel mixer. I'm going to do it that way. It's not efficient, and I could easily do it with automation, but I want it. So, button. Button? Nope. Button. Kit logic switch. Yeah, I thought about maybe putting the mixer in the wall, but that felt a little more awkward than necessary. Also, that light is in a bad spot. Nuts. Well, unless I put the button up there. I could put it up on the wall, I guess. I just didn't want to combine it with this network. I wanted to keep the networks isolated. So the fuel mix button could go up the top. But if I have it up the top, I also want my fuel line reader to be there. Which I don't think works. But maybe it does. No, it won't. Yeah, maybe it does work. Let's try. I'll have to paint these from the other side, but if I put a straight pipe there, and then I put a curved pipe going backwards there, can I put the button? No, I can't. Nerds. So that doesn't work. The only reason I was suspicious about that was because it lets me place this here, but that's not the same. I forgot that I hadn't actually put the pipe here. That's where I got myself confused just then.
Waste tank caution.
I think I might have to move the light around to this wall to make this work. I think I can do this. Then we go. Make these come outward so I can cut them off. Cut those, then straight, then turn my light off and turn that back on. Yeah. How ugly would it be to have the button in the glass? Pretty ugly. Pretty ugly. Now, can I have this button be a button? Or am I better off having it be a switch? Maybe a switch.
Hunger caution.
I'll go switch. So that pipe goes there, and then I've got another pipe meter around here, which I'll put on it. I think my pipe meter was this way. No. Where did I see a pipe meter? Swear I saw one on the shelf. Oh, there it is. See you, Marazin. Yeah, I was thinking a button would make it life harder. So that's where the decision was to not do it. I was like, oh, actually, that's extra steps that I don't want. Right, so let's cable it in. I'm presuming I don't need the cables from both ends of this switch? Or do I? Does the switch need to be connected on both ends, or can I just connect on one end? Just one side. Excellent. And we can do that. There we go. So that'll be on. Open, close. Open, close. Yeah. How much iron ore do I have now? I don't know. Probably a lot. 31. Yeah. Didn't really need to worry about it. Bravada? Probably. Americans are probably going to say it's upside down. But I know that Bravada is going to agree with me that it is the right way up. Because, like me, he's Aussie. And also, for those of you not familiar, he's also the reason why we have a map. And have had a map in all of the Wrong Way series. Because Bravada made them. Mixer. Need a mixer. Australia doesn't have those gigantic switches you guys have in North America. So things can't land on them. There's no gravitational force that will change the orientation of the switch. They're very, very stiff. So top depressed is off. Bottom depressed is on. Yeah, the switches I've seen in the US and North America are huge compared to what's typical here. Okay, then we go white. I still haven't painted a pink. Bit of pipe. So I forgot to make the pink spray paint, so I gotta go back. Also, let's see, how is this coolant working? Probably already bled off. No, it's still bleeding off some heat. Cool. So it's gonna provide a little bit of cooling. Not much, but a little bit. 92 degrees is probably where we're gonna... Somewhere around 90 degrees is probably where we're gonna end up. The good thing about the flatter switches is you just like, well, all of these switches, you can pretty much actuate them all with the palm of your hand anyway. Whether they're big or small, so you don't need dexterity necessarily to do it. I'm sure it's easier if they're bigger, though. So I'm sure there are benefits on that front. Alright. Pink spray paint. Before I get distracted by yet more things. Gimme. insulated pipe. Still need more. Charlie's managed to actuate some very fiddly switches. She's very clever with her nose, but also very persistent to the extent that she will push hard enough for it to happen. I still regret teaching her to open my door. Alright, that's probably enough pipe, I think. Oh, I need some insulated utility kits, actually. Because the fuel mix needs to be in just a voluminous line. So let's get those made as well. Did she teach me how to open the door for her by being so annoying? Well, she chewed the method that I'd attached to the door off it that she could have used. I had a rope attached to the door so she could bite it and pull the door to open it when it was set up to fully enable her to control the door. Then she chewed that off.
Hydration critical.
How did Charlie end the stream? You can find a clip of it. Basically, she was chewing a Nerf football chew toy thing and was hanging onto the end of the fins at the end of it, and shook her head. It snapped. The football bit of it flew across the room and hit the power switch for all of my computers. Which was kind of amusing. It was very impressive. Water, that's what I was doing. Also, just one of those things you could just never... I reckon it's one of those things that's kind of reality is stranger than fiction things. Like, no one would believe... That would be such a thing for suspension of disbelief if it were in fiction, but because it happened in reality, it's like, oh, wow, okay, yep, that's weird. Spike Spaz, all of our circuits have switches in Australia. Every power switch on the wall has switches. Every power socket. So it is standard. Abysseus, unfortunately the tutorials in this game are broken. So you're kind of better off watching people play at the moment and going through these helper hints on the F2 thing in a standard survival save. Now. Okay. Input 1 needs to be 33. Yeah, the tutorials for Stationeers are a tricky topic for them. It's a small dev team that is not profitable, and so spending time on the tutorials is a tricky prospect for them. But the hope of a lot of us is that it will be something that... I mean, I'm hoping to make video tutorials for it once the terrain update pops out, because at that point we should have a fairly stable game for a little while. I think. You know, I hope a lot of the intro stuff won't change dramatically at that stage. There we go. It's the same in the UK, all sockets are switched. It's handy as you leave things plugged in and can turn off things like wall warts without unplugging, which is handy with how lethal unplugged UK plugs are. Yes. UK power plugs are the only thing worse to step on that's likely to be in your house than Lego bricks. I don't think there's anything else out there that is worse than Lego bricks that's typically found in a house. Especially with the way the UK plugs do orient themselves, so the plugs point up. Oh yeah, UK plugs are so much worse than D4s, and Lego is worse than D4s, I reckon. No, US plugs are nothing to step on. They've got nothing to them because they're flat. Alright, and this can go to the back. Man. I've got to put this on a cow, right? Even though it's going to be slow to push through. Just because I've got so many other things on them, it just feels right.
Waste tank caution.
Alright, so... that's getting real full. That's getting surprisingly full. I'm impressed at how quickly I'm filling up this with oxygen. This is great. Now I just need to set up this button and actually figure out how to make it work, because I suck at making buttons work in this game. Every time I'd seem to try and do this stuff with logic kits instead of doing it with a script, it doesn't work. There we go. Yep, I have saved enough oxygen for my own use. This oxygen gets filled by an overflow valve, effectively, from my breathable oxygen tank. My breathable oxygen tank is set to 6 megapascals. Whenever it gets over 6 megapascals, the excess flows into this pipe and gets pumped into this tank. So I shouldn't ever get really anywhere near problematic levels with it. So... if I were to do this with logic chips, I need a logic reader to read the state of the switch, and then I need a writer to set the state of this. There is the I/O version of the switch. There is? I thought that was a mod. Maybe it used to be a mod. Because I thought I used that switch. Oh, this logic writer switch. That's what you're talking about. Oh yeah, I can totally use that. Let's switch over to that one then. Although that's probably going to mess with my wiring. We'll see. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see. I might be able to fit that in there, well, maybe. It'll be much easier if I can. Also, this is the sort of switch that I reckon Capac would be very capable of using. Oh, it is going to be messy. Nah, I'm using this one. It's going to be messy because to get this on the wall and have space, let's turn off my lights, space for the wiring, it's going to need to be up. Whereas I really like it being just next to the pipe meter. So, in that case, I need a logic reader and a logic writer. I think that's all I need. Oh, do you just need the... let's see what it... switch. No, I need the two, and the two that I need are the two that I can't use. Because I need the power as well. Because it's got... this has a flow through. It implies that you need both. Yeah, you do need both. I reckon Brain Clock's right looking at the way that it's laid out. Unless they've done some inconsistency. But you don't need the input port, do you? True. I don't need the input port. That is a valid point. I was thinking of that the wrong way. That is a very good point. Well, I've got them now, so I'm just going to use the two of them. I'm going to put them where? Maybe I can fit them here. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I don't have enough cable. Literally one cable short. Do I need to build stuff to build enough supports to keep stuff standing, or can I build mid-air? You can build mid-air. There is no structural integrity at all. Even to the extent that most players, I reckon, will happily place the game-required supports under a thing and then remove it if it looks better. Oh man. That little bit of almond is stuck in my throat in a really annoying way. Hang on one sec. Hopefully that fixed it. That is a very strange comment, Rizu Hiketsu. A very strange comment indeed. Yes, gigantic hacking cough off mic, exactly. Not trying to be gentle to people listening through headphones cough. Alright. Logic reader in. Switch. Variable. I think it's open. Logic out. Logic writer. In is not attached. In is logic reader. Out is, oops, gas mixer. Output variable is on. I don't remember which, okay, should be off. And the mixer is off. Alright, I'm going to turn these off. I'm going to go inside, I'm going to flick the state of the switch, and then I'm going to turn those back on and see if it changes. Because I think it's a state reader rather than an event controller type thing. The reason I saying I wish they would finish SE2 is a strange comment is that it's literally been said by them so many times that this is super early and it's going to take a couple of years. And they are working on it. So that's why I feel like that comment is strange. Hey Nab, welcome Raiders. How's it going? I was coming in here to turn the switch state. Are the tanks safe enough in case of blammo? Probably not. They may do less damage, but they're still going to do damage. So turn that on. Like, to me saying I wish they would finish SE2 feels like watching the opening few seconds of a marathon and saying, I wish they'd finish this race. It's a little too soon? Alright, turn on. And it's on! Excellent. Now I want to turn off, turn off, turn off. Have they actually revealed a door in SE2? I haven't been paying as much attention as I should have. I've been paying attention to some aspects, just haven't read through all of the stuff. I probably should again. Wake me up when SC2 has survival. See, that's a fair comment. I don't see any problems with that. Pressure of 4.4 megapascals in the pipe already. Yeah. Oh, scrap mechanic. Just... Oh dear. Okay, cool. So it's working. My switch is working, which means I can now cook things in the furnace. But I need to vacuum out that space first. That's my next job. Which killer moles are you wanting an update on, Danny? The oxygen or the volatiles? Or both? I don't have a problem with development taking a long time on a game. I wish people would value clear communication more. So whether that's doing it themselves or hiring someone to do it. Because not everyone's gonna have those communication skills as something that they value for themselves, so hire someone else to do it. Had walls in here somewhere. I can't remember where I threw them down. Need those. That's a padded wall. That's not what I want. That's a wall. And I've got plastic. And put you away, put you away. Actually, take you with me. Active vent. That should do. Boing. Okay. How do I want to go about doing this? I think I'm going to do this the slow way, just so I've got control from the outside. Actually, let's not put that there. That's kind of in the walkway. That's annoying. If I put it around here instead. I was putting it over there to have less cabling, but I think I'll have it out of the way. So active vent. Goes down wall. Actually goes out. Goes down. And has a cow. That's it. That is how I'm going to evacuate this, and it will take a long, long time. There are a number of ways I could speed it up by just increasing the pipe volume and stuff like that, which I may do. But I'm not too stressed about. I'll just do this. There we go. And time for windows. And then plastic. Sacrificial cow. No, it's not a sacrificial cow. The plan would be to leave this here, and I can do slight tweaks to the pressure in there by sucking out more or putting more in. For the moment, anyway. With the active vent, I could achieve some slight control. But what I could also do is use that cow to connect to an overflow valve so that I can connect this up later as well. Set outward on. Then we can just have a look at the pipe pressure, which is going to continuously flicker to 0 because there's just not enough volume there for what's getting evacuated. Maybe it's the old man in me, but the fact pubs and devs... Oh, publishers! Man, you mean, you had me really confused there. I'm like... How are pubs giving you alpha and pre-alpha beers? It was very confusing. It's a new brew in development, yeah. 39 kPa in there. Alright, that's gonna need to stay on for ages. If I get myself an inline tank, I can probably speed this up a bit. I just don't... prior to then, I don't think I've ever come across someone shortening publishers to pubs. So it just did not even remotely occur to me. What is a cow in this game? It is a cowl. This thing. It allows the gases in a pipe network to exchange with the atmosphere of the space that the cow is in. People kept saying thinking I was saying cow, not cowl, so I just lent into it. Same with killer moles rather than kilo moles. Right. So... Inline pipe utility, that's what I want. Mullet. I don't know whether there is a difference, but check out itch.io to see whether it's cheaper there. Because it might be. Because less overheads. I don't think they I don't remember whether Stationeers typically goes on sale. But if you buy it on itch.io, at least you know more of the money's going to the developer than through Steam. Kind of scared of this game, honestly. I can understand that. There are numerous things in this game that scare me off, like the stack. How long ago did you get it, Crazy Canuck? I imagine it has been on sale in the past, but I just wonder how recently. The vent is still completely evacuating, even with the inline tank on there. We're at 14 kilopascals. Still keep going. Alright. It's more expensive on itch. Oh. Okay. Today I learned. I personally don't have an issue with games releasing while in development and people paying for said games. What I have issue with is people paying for the promise of a game that is still in development. And other people being critical of people who are, and people defending a game that deserves some, like, defending games without thinking about it. What I'm trying to say is stuff like this aspect of this game is terrible. No, you're terrible for saying it's terrible. It's like the first was constructive, the second was not. Yeah, buy this puzzle, we promise it will have all of its pieces eventually. Right now it only has 2. If you're happy with a 2-piece puzzle, then I have no qualms with you spending that money on that. If you're unhappy with the 2-piece puzzle and then are unhappy because you bought a 2-piece puzzle, it's probably a little bit on you. I built more railings than I needed. I kind of like having the idea of having railings up there. Yeah, I think I should probably go for the hard suit now, shouldn't I? I've got a furnace. I should be able to make it work. You got this at 33% off January 2021. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that they've had any sales recently. So I've got enough fuel in there. Let's just make sure this is in fact working. Yep. Switch works. I love this. I've got to do this stuff more. And, as said earlier, when I play this with Catback, he'll love having this stuff. Like, having it physicalized in the world rather than using the equivalent of build vision is very cool. Wish there was a way to filter out don't know what I bought reviews from the internet, especially Steam. Yeah, it'd be helpful in certain circumstances, but it's also like a bit down to marketing teams for getting that right. Okay, so we've got a bit of gas in here. What do I need to make for the hard suit? Let's have a look. How's Conan? Conan's very rapid. It's much quicker than most games that I play. Which is, I think, going to work out well for making a really cool village in the town in a decent time frame. Hard suit. So we'll go with the hard suit first. So I need to make steel, stellite, and astraloy. So stellite, let's start with that. Actually, I should probably start with the steel. So that's silver, silicon, and cobalt. We'll start with making some steel for the tool printer. Since I've got enough stuff, I think it can have its own store of materials. I don't need to carry these right now. Put a screen near the furnace with ingot recipes on it. Oh, I don't even know how to do that. Make one batch of steel. Does the orientation of the solar panel make a difference in Stationeers? 100% yes. Makes a big difference. Even your suit light will make a difference. Even the shadow of your suit will make a difference. That should be good. There we go. I haven't played Elite Dangerous, so I can't really sensibly comment on it other than I think if I had a lot of time on my hands, I would have played Elite Dangerous a lot. This game is very detailed. That's kind of what I like about it. So I need silver, silicon, and cobalt. And then I need to make this hot. Silicon, cobalt, silver. Silicon, silver. So that's ratio 1 to 2 to 1, 1 to 2 to 1. And for stellite, I need 10 megapascals, and I have 8. Let's get this stuff in. There we go. And temperature-wise, ooh, that's not hot enough. Nuts. I didn't know I enjoyed Delta V Rings of Saturn. I really liked it. I haven't had time to play it again since, but I did really enjoy it. Maximum 20. I need to get 50. I need to get 1800 Kelvin. I think I might need to get this stuff out because it is cooling off really rapidly. I'll pump all that out. Hopefully I can just ignite a whole bunch of fuel mix and it'll go. Yeah, but I really liked Rings of Saturn. It's a cool little game. Although I don't think it's a little game. It's a cool game. Oh, there we go. There it is. Got the stellite. Alright. Then I needed... What was the other thing I needed? Something. I was putting it in here. Hard suit. Astraloy. So that's 30 megapascals, copper, steel, and cobalt. So I need to make some more steel. I think what 13A might have referred to is if you put a console down with a hash display in it, then config it to the furnace, it will display the item that will be made. Ah. I have no idea what some of those words mean. Okay, so that's the steel, so I'll have 200 steel, which means I need 100 copper and 100 cobalt. So let's get the steel made. Man, it is so nice just having the resources here and not having to even think about them. It's just delightful. Yeah, I suppose I like having a console up here on the wall or even up here, but it'd have to be upside down for the cabling. Alright, so steel, in you go. In you go, cobalt. Get in there, Steve. Uh, 22 megapascals. I need to get up to 30. But I also need it to be not that hot, so it's fine. All right. Let's get this up to 30 megapascals. 24, 25. Alright, got 30. And we're good. Oh yeah. Furnace is working great. How long do you think it'll take Splitsy to weld up that internal door by the battery room? This stream, next stream, or never? I'm kind of thinking never. I was actually thinking about it earlier and being like, I really don't like how that looks with it not being welded. So it may happen sooner than you think. Also, hard suit. I'm finally making it. I got there. It's gonna be delightful. No, the Icarus suits are decent enough spare to me. Yeah, I could probably make some Mark II tape as well, yeah. But hard suit! And I can make a new backpack. And I can make a new uniform. I might even make myself the Australian flag uniform, because it's funny. Oh, it's 25 silicon? Alright, I'll have to make that later. So what do I need for the helmet? Nothing. I've got the stuff. Okay, air tank, waste tank, life support, filter, filter, filter. Make some new filters. I can just go there. Oh, yeah, the medium ones last long enough. I'll make one more before I bother making stellite for making heavy filters. There we go. And I'm not going to change the pressure settings or the temp. I might change the temperature settings on it. Temperature.
Oxygen low.
Temperature up. I'm going to leave the pressure target where it is. I'll drop it a little bit. But not as far as I normally do. I'm going to just give myself a little bit of comfort. Oh yeah, I can make nuclear batteries now too. That's a good point. Does the Australian suit give you any advantages? No. But you know, I can make it. I'm gonna get some silicon for that printer. And then we'll have a look at what I need to make the backpack. So I can get a better backpack. So I've got more inventory space, which will be delightful. I'll make a headlamp too, yep. And then I'll look at what I need to make nuclear batteries. Then I can make some glasses and put... And because I don't need the ore one, I can just leave the one for detecting pipes and cables in it. That'll be great too. Yeah, yeah. Alright, let's make the suit first. Overalls. I don't think I've actually ever made these in-game before. Let's do some limbo. Nope. Limbo. There we go. am wearing the suit. This can just go up on a shelf to be forgotten about for a long time. And backpack. Hard suit, jetpack. I need waspaloy. What does waspaloy need? Silver, nickel, and lead. 1 to 1 to 2, and dangerous pressures. I'm very much thinking that next week we'll be getting the suit station thing done. Oh, it's 2 lead. 2 lead, 1 silver, 1 nickel. Yeah, with the furnace in place now, there's really nothing that should slow down, should stop me from doing a whole bunch of stuff. Now, how hot does this need to be? Not hot. Ah. That's a problem. I need to make some steel so I can cool the furnace. So we'll dump out these on the and just leave them on the floor. Let's go make some steel. So I'm pretty sure putting the ingots in the furnace will cool it down. As I think that's one of the downsides of pre-smelting your ingots. Yeah, pretty much, Old Man Raptor. Need an input that's just Atmo to get pressure without... Oops. Raising the temperature as much. If I can do this to drop the temp a bit. Pick up these reagent balls. So how low do I need to get it? Down to below 800 Kelvin. So it needs to get below steel smeltable temperatures, which means I'll end up ejecting out stuff that isn't steel. That's okay. Let's see if this works. So we're currently at 1.34. And dropping a bit. But not much. But it is dropping. Elder Louis, no, I believe you have to buy any organic stuff that you don't start with. You have to use the traders. It's the only option. So you have to buy fertilized eggs to then have the chickens, to then have the chickens create more eggs. Uh, 50 megapascals. Is this going to explode if I press the button? What's in there? Not very much to ignite. I think it is slowly igniting. Just need to get this above 50. Yeah, it's the same. That's why I said any organics. So eggs, chickens, seeds, any organics like that you don't start with, you have to buy. I'm not sure. Like, we've talked about some of the solutions that I think they could use for seeds. I'm not sure that would really make sense to apply to chickens. But maybe if you had, like, chickens in a safe capsule or something that you start with so that you just release them when you're actually ready to deal with them, that could be an option. Okay, so hopefully if I pass this steel through a bunch of times, I can drop the temperature in here before this explodes. Because that is at dangerous pressures. That's at 53 megapascals. Also, it's probably at a high enough... There's probably enough gas in there that if I dumped it into this pipe network, the cowl would not keep up, and this pipe may explode. I am aware of that problem. I was thinking about it when I put the cow down, and I was like, should I put a whole herd of cows up there? So that I've got enough that it's safe? Wouldn't it be easier to wait till nighttime and just fill it up with nighttime air? Possibly? I really should... What I should probably do, in fact, is just make up a huge amount of... Like, put the stuff in there for a whole bunch of waspaloy, so that I never have to make it again. Because it's a pain in the butt. Because I'm not sure... I thought I would drop the temperature by more than I am by adding the steel. It is clearly not working. So, let's... How can I... Oh, I think I have an idea. Let's put these in. Let's get more to make sure I don't ever have to make this again. So, silver 2, nickel 2, lead 4. That's gotta be enough. Is it nighttime out there? I think it is. So I just want to get all of this into it. And then I'm actually going to use my vent outside to pump cool air in around the furnace. I have copper in my belt I could smelt. True. That would be another option, is do something that off-gasses. I have to drag that somewhere, so might as well drag it straight to the slot. That would have been so bad if any of the silver and lead were hand-mined. Yeah, I didn't think about that. There's a possibility of that. Low possibility. But it is possible. Okay, so I'm pretty sure it is vacuum in there, so let's flick it. Turn that off. Because I do not want to overpressure the room. But the room is heating up rapidly, so... that means the furnace is bleeding temperature. So let's then vent it out. I go check what that's done to the tank, to the vent thing. I know the furnace is cooling with a vacuum, but I think it cools quicker when you've got a cool atmosphere around it than it does with a vacuum, if I'm not mistaken. Abyssus, if you leave stuff indoors, it should not despawn. Stationeers is very good about colliders with the ground and not losing objects, but if you leave it outside, storms will blow it away, and that'll be a problem. that complaining now? Which vent is confused? 43 doesn't cause complaining noises. Huh. Weird. Is creaking above 40? Hello, Charlie. Welcome back. What is the creaking pressure? I thought it was 50, not 40. Woof, that's hot. Okay, I feel like I want to speed this up further, so I'm going to go get some more inline tanks so I can do more temperature exchange. I know this is a janky way to do it, but it's literally the only thing that I'm aware of that needs these high pressures at these temperatures. And I don't want to have to open that space up again. My fuel lines are checked, because I've got that pressure gauge in there, and it was fine. 50 is not blammo temp pressure, 60 is. 50 is fine. I was wanting to go to here. Get some more of these guys. Even though I'm pretty sure the pipe cowl is going to be the thing that's making it all slow anyway. No. It does not depend on the heat of the gases. There's not a temperature at which there's a problem. Temperature does affect pressure in certain ways, but heat directly, no. The trouble is, since back, I can't put a herd of cows in where I've put the current one, because I'd have to open up the space, which I guess I may as well at this point and just put a proper passive vent in there. In fact, yeah, let's do that. Because the cow, they're just so slow. Where was that passive vent? I always had one around here. That one. How many we got? 5, 6. That'll do. That's plenty.
Hunger critical.
Alright, hunger critical. Let's eat a potato. Passive vent valve? No. Because this is going to be in an unreachable location. Hey, Kinamaru. Thank you for 26 months. And thank you, Nomus, for the Prime sub that I got distracted by before. And now we do a thing that is terrifying. And we pop this open. Turn this off. Stand back. That was less dramatic than I feared. Good. Actually, can now just see how cool this is getting. It's now down to 827. Better. Alright, let's pick this up and clean this up a bit. go with this. There we are. So that should be able to vacuum that out as well as pressurize it fairly easily.
Hydration critical.
Still going to empty this as it gets close to low pressure in there. Hydration critical. Yeah, I think I am just going to have to pop this open and set this up so that I can put gas in there. I don't think I got a choice. So what I'm going to do is something daft and easy. That. And now, as long as it is below 527 degrees Celsius outside, I can fill. What kind of trader is on the pad? Liquids. I think I bought all the water I could from him. Yeah, I got no money.
Power low.
Can't like, I could sell him a hard suit, but I'll just send him away at some point. Yes, this is probably how I should have done this all along. I should have just done it the quick way. I was trying to find another path and to see if any of them were quick, but realistically, just grabbing atmospheric gas when it's cool at night is the only sensible way to do this. Or doing like waste gases or something like that.
Hunger caution.
Yeah. Hunger caution, hunger caution. Yeah, oh, nope. Stay open. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose having some sort of gas mixer or... What I've had in the past were pumps. So I could empty out the pre-furnace line and then open a valve to outside air. It's still going to be too hot out there. Let's just make sure it is still too hot. Yes. And it is still getting hotter. Because it is still not midday. So I have to wait. Alright, what else do I need? So I need the hardsuit backpack, jetpack, and I wanted to make a headlamp, which is gold and copper. I can probably just go smelt some of those with my other thing now, but I don't want to take all the stuff out of the furnace, because at the moment I've got a lot in there. Gold and copper. I mean, it probably won't be that hard to get everything back in. Given the time it takes to smelt copper and gold in the other thing, that's why I kind of don't want to wait. Let's go copper. And gold. Now we'll chuck this all back in. very happy I've got this longer line on this than what I had on my previous proper furnace. Alright, cool, that's done. Yeah, nuclear batteries will require me taking that stuff out again, so I'm not going to make those, but I will make myself a headlamp, though I don't have a battery for it. But I will hopefully next time be able to get the suit storage thing so I can swap my helmet for a headlamp as soon as I come in the base, which would be really nice. Hardsuit jetpack, then what else is there that I need? Need the sensor lenses, which means I need to make in-canal. And that's the last fancy thing from here. Other than maybe some Mark II duct tape for fixing the suit up quicker. Yeah, cool. Wireless battery for headlamp, as you'll mostly be using it inside anyway. If it gets charged from the suit locker thing, no. Because then I have to put wireless transmitters all through the base, and Raptor, I don't know what that is. I don't know what the Mr. Rogers song is. That is a reference that is going over my head. Mark II tools for like the 5% increased usage speed. I mean, probably not. Yeah, the water is going to be on the cards soon. Now that I got the furnace up and running, I can... everything is on the cards again. Everything. New landing pads. I think landing pads should probably be the next thing after the suit filler exchange thing. The suit thing should be next. Then traders. Then who knows? I don't know. I don't know why I keep walking around this way. I really need a door on this side. And I need to redo my battery room to allow that to be a door. Mark II tablet? Nah. Man, I waited way too long to do that in the previous one. Yeah, James, I don't know that song. I have passing familiarity with who Mr. Rogers was, but beyond that, zero. Such things... I don't think they would have done well with an Australian audience. Particularly in that era. And waiting. This should... It is technically low enough now, but I need it to drop the average temperature down more, so I want to wait a little bit further. Hard no, Shadow Drake. Hard no. You said stack, which means no. Doesn't matter what else was in the sentence, you said stack, no. Krasil, in the era of Mr. Rogers, there was a very strong anti-American sentiment in Australia. Partially, I believe, due to the American servicemen being paid much better than the Australian ones during World War II. and thus being able to spread that money around and attract more attention as a result. And that became a whole thing. But yeah, that's why I think no. But so anything that was highly Americanized would just be dismissed out of hand, pretty much. This is going to take forever to fill off that tiny little pipe, isn't it? How slow is this? 36.4. 36.4. Come on. Wasn't Mr. Rogers in the black and white days? Yeah. That was... After that long, yes, it was... Went from black and white through color. Yeah, it started. Alright, that's terrible. Yeah, I think you guys underestimate how prevalent the anti-Americanisms was in Australia up until now. There's still like lines around that used in politics today. Like, don't turn our healthcare system into the American one, sort of thing. 69, his stuff, I've seen stuff that was in black and white of his, I swear. Oh yeah, the only reason I know about Mr. Rogers is because I've came across, I think it was in the context of a video talking about his... I can't remember exactly, but basically, he sounds like he was just a delightfully brilliant, kind-hearted person. Thanks, Delete Ghost. Thank you for the Prime sub. I need a passive vent. This thing's just going to be too slow. Yeah. Not saying I share the sentiments that people had, but it is very prevalent. So that such that American TV took a long time to get a stranglehold here. Oh, maybe that was the thing I came across, Gaming Admirals. Maybe it was that. I came across in some random video somewhere. Could be. That sounds familiar. But yeah, it sounds like he was just a very good person. Who cared. But I also don't think that style of teaching really resonates in Australia either. Like, issues of cultural clashes aside, I just don't think it resonates here. I think it's why, if you look on, like if you think about the kids' TV side of things, the British stuff tends to resonate better here. Nah, once this batch of Waspaloy is done, I'm ripping this out and it's not going to be there anymore. I just want to... Why do I keep walking this way? That set of stairs is just so much more obvious than the hallway, so I keep going the wrong way. I bet it's hot outside now too. So I missed all the nighttime. Why is it still so slow? Is it actually getting anything in? Alright, I'm risking this. Mr. Rogers, Steve Irwin, and Bob Ross doing a show together. Yeah. Steve Irwin confusing the other two. I feel like I need to put the active vent on this. Yeah, forgot that was a hole. Okay, before I go and turn that vent on, I need to turn this off, which is annoying because it's now getting hot and I've got to go all the way inside to do it. I was too old when the Wiggles became popular, and I think most of my nieces and nephews skipped over them. Thinking of American kids TV though, isn't Paw Patrol American? Or is it Canadian? Because Paw Patrol's been successful here. It is horrible. Yeah, it is absolutely awful. Made in Canada for a US company, yeah. Uh, 280, this should be alright still. Let's see, how full is this getting? Alright, let's turn that off. And I'll set that into the furnace, and then I'll have to wait for another night to come by. Because of course I do. Poison 12. I didn't know. I knew the original Wiggles were I believe they went to university together to study teaching, early childhood education. So they're all qualified early childhood educators, and it doesn't surprise me that they had a band together before they did the Wiggles together. That really doesn't surprise me at all. Oh, we've almost cooled down enough. I think Bluey has already well and truly invaded my life. Toby loves the 2 Bluey books that we have for him. Yeah, Crazy Canuck, I could have just pumped in ambient for this. But it does get over the maximum temperature during the day, which it's about to be, so I've got to wait again till the black hole goes down. Johnny, I can't comment on the Bluey TV show because I've never actually seen any of the videos, but the Bluey books, some of them are genuinely terrible. One of the 2 that we have is genuinely a terribly written book. With elements in it that seem like if they were in an adult's book, you'd be like, why? Why is that there? That just serves to make the whole narrative confusing. Like, that level of terrible is like, what? It feels like they just transcribed a video into a book, and it is all the worse for it. Could have put biomass through. I don't really have... I mean, I've got all this that I can throw through the ferns to cool it down, but I've only really got this little bit of waste. I really haven't had much food go bad. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. What? I feel like I'm stuck. Can't do anything. Yeah, Johnny, I've heard similar things about the Bluey videos being actually pretty solid, and having tips not just for the kids but for parents too. Like Bandit, the dad, doing things in ways that it's like, as a parent you can be like, oh, that's a really clever way of doing that. I can't fix the room layout because I gotta... I mean, I suppose I could put some walls in, I guess. Print some walls off. Wait, what do I need for this thing? 2 glass sheets. Glass. No, I haven't made anything for water mixing yet. I'll do that as a separate plan. There we go. It's being asked about whether that door would get done. It got done. Yeah, for some reason I was thinking I was forgetting that I actually have quite a lot of resources in the printers. Put stairs in here. Oh, man. Probably rip out some of this airlock as well. Oops. Not what I meant to press. Look at that. Actually completing a few walls around here. What kind of miracle is this? Sun is still high. Temperature is still hot. Do I want to put floors in here? Is there likely to be much more cabling to go through this room? Probably not. So we've got geometric walls? Could do something with the geometric walls in here, maybe. Oops. That's fine. Okay, so geometry. What I was thinking of doing was mirroring the... Oh, storm. It should get cool soon. Mirroring the roof. Like so. Let's stop, because I don't know how many more of those I actually want. Temperature is down to 355. So it should be good enough for me to work, but I have to go out there and pressurize the pipe. Ah! Man. Yeah, Thomas the Tank Engine's got some interesting story beats when you look at it with a modern lens. Like, Henry refuses to work, so we're going to block him up in a tunnel. Like, what lesson are we trying to teach here? Oh yeah, liquid drain. Yeah, you're afraid of something, so we'll lock you in a hole.
Power low.
Tell you what though, I didn't think of it that way as a kid. I don't think I really thought about it at all. I was just like, oh, Henry's so silly for being afraid of the rain. Done. Oof. Frame drops? Much frame drop. Why? Maybe I had too many lights in the... Weird. All this for Waspaloy. Massive frame drops as you're about to hit the lava. That's, yeah, that's disconcerting. It's not a place where you want to suddenly have a feeling of a lack of control. Alright, so I'm thinking probably 20 megapascals is going to be enough to get the thing, because this is actually a decent volume with that inline tank on it. What's the bet I drop the temperature? Oh, the temperature's only 127, so I shouldn't be able to drop it too low at least, thankfully. Right, turn you off. Let's go inside. Oh. Maybe my draw distance mod draws too much of the storm particles. It's possible. Helmet and suit off. Come on. Can we get to 50? We're in the correct pressure range now. I mean temperature range now. 40. 41. Think it's out of gas. Okay, that really didn't get me very far. Ugh. Dr. Drager, you're assuming that I have any idea how to do anything with the draw distance mod. Which I don't. So I can't just exclude particles from it. I don't even know if it does affect particles. I kind of assumed it didn't until that experience just then. Do. Right, that's gonna have to do as my adding volume. Nope. Okay, this time I'm gonna go up to, I don't know, 30 megapascals. See you, Vox. Did we get Blammo from the Wasp Alloy yet? No. Still struggling to get enough gas in there. It's proving to be frustrating. What is the volume of the furnace? 1,000 liters. Ah. So right, even with those two additions, I'm still less than half the volume of that. So if I'm wanting to make another 10 megapascals difference, I need to have at least 20 megapascals in this current pipe network. Gotcha. So if I take this up to 30, I should be able to get the pressure I need. $126 Celsius. Why not connect the left 4 tanks? Because Yeah, why not connect those? That is a good point. I don't know why I didn't connect those. I should have. I think I had a reason initially and it's just evaporated. So it should be enough now, because we got 10, 11 megapascals in a capacity that is 1.5 times as big. So hopefully, if I leave it just a bit longer, it will be fine. We can finally get this Waspaloy and finish that off. I'll maybe wait till 14. Just don't want to have to go around again, and also I don't want to have to wait for another day, and the sun does seem like it's coming up soon. So I can see it on the horizon. Getting brighter. Yeah, losing the 10% of pollutant does make a difference. Well, we're at 16 megapascals now, so I think the temperature is going up. Alright, that'll do. I'm gonna try it. I want this to work. Shouldn't that be enough? Yes, it should. I really hope it is. And I didn't notice any frame drops going across the top without the storm active, so at least that's a thing. Could be all the lights I have trying to calculate what they're doing to the storm particles that was overloading things. $42, 43, 44, 45. Slow that down. Come on, go green. Go green. Waspaloy. 150 grams. Brilliant. Am I being stubborn about that useless airlock? Stubborn in what way? I'm just not worrying about it. I'm just kind of ignoring it. That's really what I'm doing. Oops. Jetpack I want. No. I think if this is coming through the microphone, which I reckon it probably is because it's really quite loud, I think the Air Force fighter jets are flying over right now. Doing their flyover. And they will probably be back in a little while.
Hydration critical.
Here we go. Fancy backpack. Move the propellant over.
Jetpack.
Move everything else over. I got me a better backpack. Yeah. No, it's Anzac Day here, which means it's our military commemoration day. Trying to think of the generic term for such a thing. Commemorating the horrible, horrible battle that happened in World War I originally, and then extended from there. Yeah, Memorial Day type thing. So it would be for both us here in Australia and the New Zealanders as well. because ANZAC is Australian New Zealand Army Corps. Let's have a quick look at how this turns out. It's really annoying to walk over. Yeah, I think the continuing the square in the center motif kind of works. Not gonna empty the furnace? I mean, I am. I just want to make sure I don't want to make some solder first. While I've got relatively cool gas in there. But I think I'm gonna wrap things up here, as I am very happy with my progress. I've got all the new fancy equipment on. I've got my new helmet, I've got my new suit, I've got a new backpack, I've got a new uniform. I already had the higher tier belt, which is delightful. And with the furnace up and running, I can make all of the things in large amounts, which is going to be great. So next week, building around this place, it's just going to be nice. It's going to be so nice. Thanks, Here You Types. Thank you for 28 months. Hi, and bye. Sorry. Bad timing. I will be back. What day is it? It's Friday. I'll be back on Sunday with some more Space Engineers with Shaq, and hopefully turning my Saved by the Bell carrier into something that still looks like that but is more effective, and maybe we'll even get some combat testing done with it. And then back on Monday with something that has not yet been decided, but will be in the place of Wrong Way Out before its finale the following week. So there's all that, and plenty more to come, and I will see you then.